Hello and welcome, everybody. Happy Star Trek Day. One of the things I am the worst at, but always will try to do, is the LLAP. And I sort of did it. You see my head working really hard to make that happen. Today is a wonderful day, and I am going to waste no time in introducing one of the men of the hour, Trevor Roth, the reason for the season. Welcome in, Trevor.
Hello, how are you doing today? Happy Star Trek Day.
Happy Star Trek Day. Hold on. I've never seen that picture behind you. What is that?
Yeah, it's actually from the Discovery, the opening titles of Star Trek Discovery. But it was, and I'll be honest, there was a producer, I think it was a producer who was in the production offices, and they had this in their office. And I did take the idea from them, and I was like, oh my God, that is awesome. So I was like, I got to get my hands on that piece of art, which we did, and now it sits in our conference room.
No, I think you did the exact right thing. It's very cool because it was some pretty revolutionary title sequences. I mean, besides Enterprise being a really shocking, different kind of opening, Discovery really took it to a different level, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, I think we've all seen, I mean, I think if you even think of like Game of Thrones and all I mean, the people have gotten really into the title sequences, and we at Star Trek are no different. And so I think we have some really wonderful stuff. Picard has wonderful title sequence as well as others. So even I love, by the way, also Lower Decks. I don't know if you the Lower Decks.
Lower Decks is so funny because I love Lower Decks probably the most out of everything that's come out recently. But Lower Decks just gives you all those nods like, oh, what is the worst case scenario in space? Or what's the most likely? That when the bug is sucking the energy from the nacelles one of my favorite moments. And for those of you that don't know, Trevor Roth is one of the main men at Roddenberry Entertainment, executive producer on Trek. Trevor, what do you do on a daily basis for Roddenberry Entertainment?
Anything, everything, and whatever needs to be done. But look, I do my best to steer the ship over here. And obviously, yes, we're producing on all the Star Trek series. And we're dealing with a lot of development outside of the Star Trek series, but in the worlds of fantasy and science fiction. And obviously, we have a number of podcasts that we put out there that I'm a part of as well. And all of the things, I hopefully keeping the ship in the right direction as best we can.
It's actually been one of my greatest pleasures over the last year getting to work with you and understand how your brain works, because you do have this understanding on like the macro level of how the whole industry works, but you also have the ability to get in and go, this is where the tweaks need to go, or you see the whole forest for the trees. And I'm really impressed with that. And you do also care so much about the legacy, because here at Roddenberry, we know where we came from. We have our sights set on the future. And I think you hold both of those things really well.
Oh, well, very kind of you to say. We do our best. I think at the end of the day, one of the things that we attempt to do on a daily basis with everything we do, every phone call, every email, every project, every episode, is to kind of create this lens of Roddenberry and make sure we're seeing the world through that, and the projects and the work through that, to allow ourselves to kind of keep level on what we are delivering, and the way we want to look at the stuff that we're spending our time on. So from that perspective, Roddenberry has to be the glasses through which we see everything that we're doing, to make sure that it meets the needs of the brand, and hopefully makes the brand even better.
Yeah, I think you guys are strengthening the brand in a place where I didn't even know it existed, and I'm really so personally proud to be a part of it. And I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say Star Trek Day is your idea. Is that correct?
I don't know if I can say it was but I do believe Star Trek Day started here at Roddenberry. I think originally
you started it. It's this is the lore now.
I think, yeah. Originally, I actually think, it's funny. At one time we got this day off, and it was kind of like a holiday, an extra holiday for everyone here. And now it's one of the busiest days of the year for us.
It's a work day.
Because we're busy celebrating in this case. But no, I think originally we felt that Star Trek deserved a day like any other amazing franchise of this kind, of which there aren't that many. And so we created what was originally called Man Trap Day. We sort of said it was Star Trek Day, but we'll call it Man Trap Day because Man Trap was the first episode to go out to the world. And I think we quickly realized that name didn't quite feel right for a number of reasons. So we just changed it to Star Trek Day, and it's been that way ever since. And I think that was maybe 15 years ago, something like that. And really it's just slowly but surely grown, and people have started to recognize the day with us. And CBS and Paramount, now celebrated as well, along with fans around the world. And, we're just very excited to have this be a day where we can really enjoy and celebrate Star Trek.
Oh, I think it is so wonderful. And you're so right to say, in the world where there's many science fiction elements, where, you have the Isaac Asimovs of the world, and then how it grew to where someone like Gene Roddenberry was inspired, there aren't legacy franchises many like this. We're looking ahead at the almost 60 years of Star Trek.
It's crazy. I mean, I can't believe I feel like the 50th anniversary was just yesterday. So for it to be 60 just means I'm that much older. And unlike unlike Star Trek, I do not age well. But that said, just again, super excited every year to celebrate it, to see more and more people coming in to offer something that is, very much, about community and about bringing people in and about fans and about discussions and engagement and all those things that make Star Trek what it is, beyond just what goes on the screen, which of course we also love, adore, and are very proud of.
Yeah, we have so many things throughout this day that we're going to show you that Roddenberry is a part of, has their hands in pots, ways that we are continuing the legacy. We launched a brand new YouTube channel today for short form content. There's a lot of, honestly, very exciting things. And if you didn't know, some really cool things are being launched over at the Star Trek headquarters too. We've got Star Trek Con, which is the new podcast, which I know, Trevor, you had a big part in. There's also a Nick Jr. Video that's dropping today. Lots of really exciting things. If you're a Star Trek fan, I feel very excited. One thing I want to show our audience something so charming before we get started with the rest of our day, but I got to ask you, what's up with this jacket? It's so cool.
Oh, this was actually, this is, if you're excited about Starfleet Academy, this is actually something that we gathered from, the first season's production, and it's stylish and cool. It makes me feel like I could be a letterman in something, which is great for me. Just happy to be part of that project and show a little bit of colors for that, and very excited for that to come out into the world. So
I know that
we gotta wait. We got a little bit of time, but it's coming. It's coming.
It's amazing because we know already 2 more seasons of Strange New Worlds is coming. We know this new Starfleet Academy is coming, and you've got to visit sets for all these, and you're your hands are in the pot. So it's exciting, but it's it's almost there. So I do have to share with you, I have an Orville Letterman jacket, and I feel pretty special about that.
Well, too. We can battle it out maybe in Thunderdome or something.
That's right. We'll meet on the streets like the Jets and the Sharks. So we're gonna stay on camera while we're watching this because there's a soundtrack to it. There's no dialogue, but I'm not sure that anyone has seen this before. That's probably not true, but it's behind the scenes. Claire, could you nod your head if this is never before seen stuff, or is it stuff we only have? Well, we'll find out. Either way, enjoy our Star Trek Day little home video montage. I love them so much.
You've been a messin' where you shouldn't have been a messin', and now someone else is getting all your best. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. Yeah.
it's easy to forget that they're real people and they're
You
just having a
keep
great
lying
time
when
mindset.
you ought to be truthing.
Oh, look at that.
And you keep losing when you ought to not bet. You keep saying when you ought to be a-changing. Now what's right is right, but you ain't been right
They're
yet.
charming.
These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do.
God, amazing.
One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
I think Shatner's more goofy than I realized.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from this looks like
You keep playing
That or he
where
knows
you
the camera's
shouldn't
on
be
him, you know?
playing.
One of the two.
probably both.
And you keep
Yes.
thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah. And what he knows you ain't had time to learn. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Look at that. That's so amazing.
You keep playing where you shouldn't be playing. And you keep thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah. And what he knows you ain't had time to learn. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, Boots? Start walking.
So sweet.
Wow. I feel like I should have talked more during that, but I was mesmerized by it. So sorry about that.
No, honestly, the only reason I could talk about it is because I watched it last night, and
Oh,
even
okay.
even my boyfriend stopped what he was doing. We're playing this video game, if people know what Silk Song is, and he stopped in the middle of the game just to watch it because there's something so raw and beautiful about that.
It's funny, it speaks, I suppose, to, meaningful television or good television, you as you mentioned during it, you forget that these people are real people and that are, they laugh and, they're not always the people you see because you love the characters so much and you believe in them so much and you adhere to them to such a level that the idea that you can then see them out of character, it's almost jarring to me. I mean, it's wonderful, but because you remember like they're real people, but it's almost like, oh, that's not Spock.
That's not who I know.
Exactly. So it's really interesting.
It's more jarring to see Nimoy smoking. I think that was the not to call out the obvious, but that was like, oh.
Yeah.
So
different times.
So throughout the day, like I said, we're going to show you guys so many things. We're going to move on because we are really excited to get to our Streamily signing with Rod and John. And we're going to be, they're going to be signing cells, I believe, or authenticating cells from TOS.
I think there's, original cells. Yeah.
Which is actually absolutely incredible. Yeah. We are going to also show you something we worked on as a company called Quoting Gene Roddenberry. And we have these amazing quotes by Gene Roddenberry himself. And what did you guys do for this collection, Trevor?
Yeah, no, this collection was actually done in honor of Gene for what would have been his 100th birthday. We asked a number of people that were meaningful for a variety of different reasons if they might be willing to get on camera and read one of the quotes that Gene has left us or spoke or wrote during his lifetime that is, I think, still really relevant today. All of them, for one reason or another, were really relevant today. And we found 100 different people, many of them celebrities, many having to do with Star Trek, some just being fans, and have them read them. And I think when you hear the quotes, you'll just realize, how poignant they still are, and how much Gene still has to say to us this many years later.
Wow, how visionary, right? So let's start with the first one we're going to share out of 6 today. We did, like you said, we did 100 of these, but we're going to share Bill Nye's right now.
We must learn not just to accept differences between ourselves and our ideas, but to enthusiastically welcome and enjoy them.
Wow.
Yeah.
So actually, I want to spoil a little something that we're going to show later. We have a clip of an upcoming interview with George Takei that a friend of our company, Larry Nemechek, had with him for the Trek Files, which is one of the Roddenberry podcasts. And it is so wonderful in the whole episode to hear George talk about how much Gene saw for the future of Star Trek before it even started. And the clip that we're going to share is George sharing a little bit about that, but that's going to be later.
I mean, I look forward to watching that myself, but also I think it's just incredible and I think it's, I'll tell you, when I look at the quotes of Gene's, I'll tear them apart, you know what I mean? And like, look at every single word and all that kind of stuff. And the word that hit me the most in the quote we just saw was enthusiastically, you know what I mean? It's really not just even in the world of Star Trek and the world of hopefully our future that we will even tolerate people or be okay with them, being over there, you know what I mean? And not feeling like we have to, attack them or get rid of them or have issue with them, but to enthusiastically welcome differences, to actually allow for those differences to be something that we can be excited about. So I don't know why, but when I look at these quotes, there's always like a word or two that jump out to me. And in this case, the enthusiastically really just spoke to the idea that it's beyond a level of tolerance. It's getting to a point of celebration.
Yes, allowing yourself to be in an unknown and be joyous in that. That is a really nice thought.
Which, is hard, by the way, real quick, so for some people or many people, most people, perhaps, for you to be in an area where something is new and to be excited as opposed to nervous or concerned or whatever it might be is a very difficult thing because you're sitting in the discomfort in some form or another. And I think that that's an exercise we perhaps all need to undertake more often. But I think
the more
that's
you're comfortable with discomfort, the less uncomfortable it becomes.
Yeah, very true. Yes. And I think that's what today's about. I think that Star Trek Day is about, many things. It's about celebrating, a show, various different series that we love that has now reached, 59 years, which is crazy. But I think moreover for us here at Roddenberry, I'll just say that Star Trek Day is about community. It is about, common understanding of the human experience and recognition that it is very similar and yet different for each one of us. And I think it's in some ways about our potential. It's not just about, I look at Star Trek a lot, obviously, as you might guess, and we think about Star Trek a lot. And it's not that I can say every episode of Star Trek that has ever been on the air is the best thing that's ever been on television. But I think when we talk about Star Trek, when we talk about its longevity, when we talk about why is it lasted and why is it still around and all those kinds of things, and you look there for the best of Star Trek, and those, the ones that are hitting on all cylinders that you're feeling really, hit the spot, you know what I mean? And got into that groove. And I think at the end of the day, they speak to our potential and what we can be and what Gene perhaps saw us as having the ability to get to as a species and as a planet and as a people. And in that lies, a wonderful celebration of great entertainment, but moreover a celebration of our human potential and where we can hopefully lead ourselves.
Potential was exactly what I was thinking while you were saying that. That's so beautiful. Trevor, I wish I could actually have you here all day, but you're a busy man. But we are going to welcome you back later after we've done a whole bunch of stuff. Like I said, we have a couple more quotes. Everyone warmly welcome Trevor, or say goodbye to Trevor.
Yes.
will.
Yeah, I'll do that.
enjoy
Right. Hold on. There we go. There you go.
Inception
Live
of
long
you.
and prosper. Have a wonderful Star Trek day, everyone. We love
Thank you so much, Trevor. All right, great. We are moving right along. We are now going to welcome John Champion and Eugene Roddenberry, and they're coming to you live from the most amazing place, which is the Roddenberry Archive, located in the Roddenberry Entertainment building. I'm going to welcome them on now. Hi, guys.
Hey there. Hey. Good afternoon.
Wow.
We have a great backdrop. It's almost as cool as yours.
Hold on. It actually looks really cool because
Can you do this? Can you do this? 3D.
Hold on.
I'm going to do a dramatic reading of Next Generation Lonely Among Us. I'm just going to read the whole script for the next hour.
Guys, I'm in space. I don't know if you want to if you want to take this fight.
Sure.
Actually, it's so cool because if people don't know what is behind you, that is insane Trek history, everything.
That's why we only have about 3 inches of clearance here between us and between this and between the computer. Oh yeah, there we go. It's going to be like an earthquake in here. We'll knock the computer around. Yeah.
I mean, you're in LA, so that's what let's all brace for the worst.
I don't think we want to get under this table though.
No. Yeah. But anyway,
you guys have some stuff to do. I'm going to head off while you do it, but I will let the audience know with the new launch of our YouTube channel in the coming months, we'll also have some more behind the scenes archival footage for you guys with Rod and John. It's very exciting. If you haven't already, I'm going to drop the link in chat. Make sure you subscribe to that. If you're on any of our platforms, whether you're following us on Streamily or on our Facebook channels or looking at us on YouTube, make sure you hit like on the stream, please, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. John, Rod, have a great time. I will see you guys in about an hour.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. So as Jessica said, you can follow us on all the different platforms, but right now, we want to invite you to go to streamily.com/Roddenberry, where there is a selection of film cells. And Rod, you might want to tell people what these cells are. I'm just going to hold one up here.
I'm just going to, there's so many of you that have heard the story sort of over and over, and I don't know if I can put a different spin on it, but I mean, I grew up with this film reels and like mounds of them in the film canisters, all around the Lincoln Enterprises office. That is a term for those of you who have been around a little bit. And that was sort of the merchandising side of my mother. I mean, she was actually trying to get the stuff from the original series sold, because back then the original series was just coming out. I mean, there was no success, there was no money. Like everyone else in every industry, they were trying to make money. And how else to do that? Well, what do we have? What can we sell? And so I remember having these things, and again, you guys are going to hate me for this. I'd open up a canister, and it would be so cool because you could get your 2 fingers in the center, twist it, and make a cone out of it, and bring it up super high. And then, if you're lucky, it would go back down. But if not, it would kind of go all over the place. And I was doing this to real 35 millimeter. The dailies and the cutting room floor stuff, not recognizing how potentially valuable this is. I'm making this move too much. Anyhow, so of all the stuff I didn't destroy, we did retain a chunk of it, and these are the film clips.
They are, and let's talk about kind of the increasing rarity of these. If you think about it, okay, back in the 60s, when this stuff was being trimmed from film, a lot of it was just thrown away
onto the floor.
And then your mother, your father, and John and Bijou Trimble, they had the great idea of, well, wait a minute, if we save some of these that are outtakes, we could sell them. And at the time, back in the day, the Lincoln Enterprises catalog, like 50 cents, $1, or something like that. But not only is it rare because a lot of them are just gone, we don't shoot on film anymore.
No, it's a real piece of history that will be gone.
So what we have left has been sorted and organized. Shout out to Holly for doing the hard work on that.
Yes, thank you.
And some fans have been very patient waiting for these.
So Holly had to take each one of these,
identify,
look at it by a frame or two, and sometimes like this one here, you've got 3 characters. My eyes are terrible.
It is Spock, McCoy, and Kirk. Yeah, so that's a great
and you have
clip
to
anyway.
From that clip say, oh, this is from episode whatever. And I know some of you out there will be like, no problem, I got this. But Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are together quite often.
Right.
So narrowing it down,
is it
is a tough
Plato's
one.
stepchildren? At least the
Yes.
costuming in the room is unique enough that you could tell. But there are some that we just don't know. Because here's the bridge. Here's Kirk on the bridge, and sometimes you can tell. Sometimes there might be another little clip there with like a clapboard or something, and you could actually see. Here's what this is from. But a lot of times you don't. But yeah, this is fantastic. A nice full frame shot of.
What happens if you bring it very close to the camera? It's not going to work. Oh yeah, you need a.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here, if you put.
There. Oh yeah. There it goes. That's the clip. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we got to do that for every single one.
And now you are signing these. So again, people go to streamily.com/Roddenberry. They purchase your signature, comes with the clip. So you're going to sign this one. And who will be signing this first one too?
Let me see if they.
And in the meantime, I will make the guarantee that all money brought in for this we will match with the Roddenberry Foundation. We will make sure it goes to one of our foundation partners who's working to make that Star Trek future a reality. So I will match it through the foundation and make sure one of our partners can use those funds to make our future better.
Nice. Okay, now here's the thing. Before you get too excited, this goes to Kevin. Kevin doesn't want his name on it.
Okay.
So, it was your name.
Okay.
He wants you to sign it as Kevin. No, not really.
I can say something, right?
I sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, there we go. Look at that.
There we go.
Nice sentiment too. The future is ours.
The future is ours.
Okay.
Don't mess it up too bad.
We're gonna keep those together. I'll do a little stack over here.
Over
We're
there,
gonna get those out of the way. All right. Now we're moving on
Trouble
to
with Tribbles.
Yeah, very well known episode. We have Trouble with Tribbles. Let's see what we got.
And who's this go to?
We're gonna
last one was to
here.
Kevin, but
last
not
one was
to Kevin.
Not to Kevin.
Not on paper to Kevin.
Oh, interesting. This has got an editor's mark.
Oh, that's
on
kind of
it.
cool. Do you know what that
Where
means?
to cut? Yeah, well, I think that's their cut line. No, I can't.
Well, now you can't. Damn it.
Okay. Oh, wait. I think it was a shot with Tribbles. Yeah. Okay. That is the famous shot. That is the shot of Kirk opening up the bin
of the
and the
classic,
Tribbles falling on him. But that is a cut frame from that scene.
Right. Well,
that's pretty
and now you got it.
cool. Yeah.
And now someone by the name of
Sally.
And does Sally have a traditional spelling?
She does not want her name on it.
All right.
Okay, Sally, you get what you pay for. All right. By the way, just going to do a little plug here for. I love the way the table shakes when you sign.
I know.
It means you're very intentional with the Sharpie.
So I got to be a bit more smooth. You're right. Oh my God, it's making this. Okay.
People love that.
I'm sure they do.
People love nothing more than watching.
I don't know how to stabilize it.
There we go.
You know what? We're gonna work on our
there we go.
table design and.
Okay, we have another Trouble with Tribbles. Here we go. I'm gonna hand that to you.
Gotcha.
We're gonna see what this is. Oh, okay, same shot,
but no mark.
I don't know how many times they filmed that scene. You know, because
pain in the ass to put all those Tribbles back in.
Because some stagehand or multiple stagehands, they got to reload the effect, and they got to get all those Tribbles up in the thing to fall on Shatner. There we go. All right. Do we have a name?
I'm ready for this next one.
Joe with a name.
Joe.
All right.
And they want it. Okay. There we go.
Here we go. Joe, the first personalized autograph of the day. All right. We're going to move on here to Trouble 2. Same shot, an excellent one of Shatner. Again, kind of full frame there. Tribbles all around.
Beautiful.
All right. So I'm going to do that.
To Joe. You got it, buddy. Hi, Joe.
Enjoy your Tribble. Okay. We're Tribbles. Multiple.
And the next one, too? Bob. And name or no name?
Name.
With a name.
To
all
Bob.
Right. Bob. How do you spell that? Is that...
And we won't call you Robert.
No. Okay, and we're coming up on our last one here for Trouble with Tribbles. Similar shot again with Shatner and all the Tribble. By the way,
there we go.
Little shout out here to my own show, Trouble with or Mission Log Podcast.
Yes,
Tribbles. Yeah, my own show, Trouble. But the Trouble with Tribbles.
We're doing a whole show
on just that. That was the Mission Log episode of Trouble with Tribbles, which we thought, okay, it's a demo episode. It's kind of silly. There's not really much meat on the bones there. no pun or anything intended with tribbles themselves
Yeah,
having meat on the bones, but the episode does as an environmental allegory. Even though there is a 20-minute long fight scene in that bar on
That is
space station,
yeah, with Scotty.
but it's a really thoughtful episode. In addition to being funny, in addition to having just sort of a lighthearted feel.
I'll tell you, it's been probably close to 10 years since I've thought about it and seen it, because since you guys did it on
Same.
Mission Love.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So you certainly
but-
remember more about it than I do.
But it holds up, and it strikes the right balance of we can do humor, we can do action, we can do something thoughtful.
And then it promoted animal cruelty and abuse at the end.
Promoted not, oh, yeah, the Klingons.
So the Klingons hate tribbles. So
Yeah.
what do you do with
We give
thousands of
all the
tribbles? You beam them over to their...
And then you go, ha ha, freeze frame, end show.
Right, you
Never-
definitely know what are the Klingons eating for the next probably year.
Never refer to it
Tribble
again.
soup.
Yes. All right.
I don't think that was intended. Though.
But probably not. Okay, trouble number one goes to...
This is no name.
Oh,
Also,
no
people
name.
must be collectors,
Yeah.
true collectors, because they don't. They're open.
Sure thing.
Or it's just privacy. They don't want you to know who they are.
Now, here's the thing. Do I write? Do they just want me to? They probably just want me to sign it, right?
Oh.
I don't know.
It's nice and sharp.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is
just
my
like
face
Here,
that.
just
blurry?
our upstream bandwidth.
Okay.
We're just blurry naturally. It's the gauze they put on the camera to,
Right.
to make us look more youthful.
Yes, the flippers.
That's it. All right.
I need a backup. Do we have a backup?
Uh,
Yes.
but- right.
Then you
huh?
just hand
Oh
me
yeah.
the sheet.
Yeah. Oh wait,
I-
that,
I have to
that
s-
belongs with that.
Yeah. No, I haven't done that. One's not. I need a backup.
Oh, it's about. Oh,
Yes.
oh, okay. You misspelled Bob.
Yeah.
All right. Keep those together. There we go. And shortly after, we will move along to another iconic
There we
episode. I mean, look, here's the thing. They're all iconic.
Yes. They
So
are.
it's a little unfair to say this one is more iconic.
I mean, are they
than
all
another.
iconic? You know what I remember? Anyhow, we're not going to get to this. Is
no,
that
please.
Spock's brain
Yeah.
actually was better when you dissect it
Yeah.
than the overall perception of it.
Yeah.
Not a great one,
Sure.
but there have been plenty of Star Trek since,
But
and
there
even recently,
is- Yeah.
where people switch out of their
Okay.
bodies and out of their brains and even come back from the dead. Which let's not even go there right now.
Right.
Um,
right.
So having your brain removed doesn't seem so bad.
Not so good. Okay, we're gonna do that. There, we're gonna try to switch to a little higher definition.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. It could just be upstream bandwidth in here. Who knows?
Oh, it's where it's
Yeah.
not good.
This is the
Yeah.
archive room for remix.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
right.
talk about how this room was built.
Well, I mean, this room was built with the intention of the worst case scenario. I recognize, and I think everyone who works here recognizes that the kinds of things we have are one of a kind. Now, Paramount might have a number of scripts and a lot of things that we don't have. In fact, the UCLA archives actually have a lot of things that we don't have. We have a lot. We're one of the three,
Yeah.
I'd say, big archivers who have tons of the materials from the original series, Next Gen, Deep Space, most paper form, most scripts, memos, call sheets, etc. And that doesn't exist anywhere. So we built it into a room that would have a burn time should the worst case scenario happen. We don't want the worst case scenario, but there is allegedly there is a 4-hour burn time on this room. So if the worst were to happen here in this area, as long as some got to it, hopefully within 4 hours, its contents would be saved.
Wow.
But getting this
Yeah.
building, we built it with intention.
Yeah.
And it was preservation of historical information.
And
And I'd say that's almost like my goal in life on some level. I want the
Yeah.
idea of philosophy, the concept
yeah.
to exist forever, but let's work on it now. Too.
Right. Well, and that's what's so cool. So we have the physical archive here, and paper will only last so long, right?
Mhm.
And there's a lot of paper, but there are costumes and there are works of art, concept art, stuff like that. It will only last so long.
Mhm.
But with the efforts to digitally collect that by doing things like podcasts as well, just to save the information to get it out there in as many formats as we can, that really, like, it kind of comes from here. But then the idea is how do we
Disseminate it?
disseminate, how do we reinvent and repackage that information to get it out to the world? And
Go ahead.
I was saying, you mentioned Star Trek, but right across from us is all of this stuff that is not Star Trek.
Yeah.
Earth Final Conflict, Quester, Planet Earth. There's just random Gene Roddenberry projects, and
Stuff that I've never heard of.
Yeah. And if I can give a little shout out to Genealogy, one of our other podcasts that has done a Herculean effort to go through this information and share it with the world. We're talking about shows that have either never been seen because they were created
And
not
most people
aired.
have never heard of, like Wrangler.
Yeah. Correcting a bit of the history. So
Yep.
a show like Wrangler that aired once in 1960 and never again.
Yep.
So that all, we're able to cover it because the paper archive exists here. And then we get to do a little deeper research to find out what else is out there.
And the hope really is one day, I know I've been saying this for a while, but one day is to have this all digitally available online. And
Yeah.
of course, we're working with Otoy on their Roddenberry archive project. And the idea is to have, I mean, listen, whether it's goggles or a hologram or whatever the metaphorical or a room is that you will go into, the hope and idea is not only will you be able to look through any script with notes or any sort of artifact, but they're working on things like building live scale models of the ships. And when I say live scale, I mean
To 1-to-1,
a 1-to-1.
Yeah.
So the Enterprise from the motion picture,
which is the best Enterprise.
which is
Let's
the best
just,
one. They've
you know.
made quite a bit of progress on that. And listen, I don't want to spend too much time on this, and they should be talking about it. But there's obviously, these were all sets. No one ever saw what was in the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Well, they've been working with the Okudas and Doug Drexler and a lot of individuals who were there at the time, who have written books on it, who know the designs of the ship inside and out. And so they have created behind the camera, meaning what would be on the other side of the room. And you will be able to walk into that room and feel like you are aboard a spaceship.
But here's the thing that I love, like talking about taking that concept further. Okay, in those drawers, we have the artwork that Ken Adam did for Planet of the Titans that never happened. Obviously, never got to a final script, never got truly greenlit. Nothing was ever built for it. But we have concept art. And what Otoy has done is turn that concept art into a 3D model that you can move around and see detail. And it's shockingly cool.
So Roddenberry.x.io, right? I think that's it.
Roddenberry.x.io. All right.
Check it out there. Anyhow,
let's look at our next one. Yeah.
This is actually next.
Oh,
This is
okay.
to Ray.
Okay. Plato's Stepchildren.
To Ray.
Ray just purchased this.
Oh, hey, Ray.
Oh, cool. Ray, thanks.
Awesome,
and
buddy.
it looks like, we got Kirk and Spock. Very cool in the kind of
I see.
tunics, the Roman looking. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good shot, Ray.
That's a good one.
All right.
Does he prefer a name, Ray? Do you?
Yes, he would like it made out to Ray.
All right, you got it.
All right, there we go. And let's see, do we have some more of these guys? Yeah. Okay. Lovely. And then we're going to move on to our next show, which will be, there we go. Look at that. I love it.
Beautiful. Here we go.
All right.
Thank you, Ray.
We've got a clip from Gamesters of Triskelion.
Okay.
Absolutely classic. All right. So again, speaking of iconic, I'm gonna do this. I gotta get these. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Hold on, everybody. I'm getting close. Okay. Oh, it looks like Shayna and Uhura, and it looks like that one. It's either a weapon in front of them or it's the clapboard. Either way.
We need a white page that you can always.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now you can just.
Here we go.
Is that gonna work?
Yeah, you're gonna do that. We're getting a little closer. Yeah, you can kind of tell.
Kind of tell. Okay.
Kind of sort of tell.
So who is this one to?
There we go.
No name on this.
No
one.
name.
No name. Okay.
So-
But that is so cool. It is the AD, presumably in front with the clapboard. So you actually get to see the details of the shot. And it's a great shot of Uhura and Shayna together. That's awesome. All right. Okay, that's our blank. So we're gonna put that there. Terrific.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Okay, we got another one here from Gamesters. Go ahead. And this, okay, it's another shot with the AD's arm.
Oh, this is
holding the clapboard, but now we've got a wide shot, and it looks like we got Kirk and Uhura in the background.
The clapboards, I think, are the best ones to bring in a little bit behind the scenes
yeah.
into the shot.
Yeah,
that's
I like
just
when it has the
very
writing on there too.
yeah. You can actually read.
It's a real
Okay,
piece of history.
what day is it? What take is it? What episode? Look at that. That's so cool.
Now, who's this one to?
This one is to Bob.
And Bob, does Bob want?
Yes.
All right, you got it.
All right, there we go. Bob might be the same Bob.
Right.
You don't know. Could be. There may be only one. We don't know.
There's only one Bob in the
There's
world.
only one Bob. Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on here. Oh, okay. We have
All right.
some here from the Menagerie, aka the Cage.
Of course.
So yeah.
The number one.
All right, this is pretty awesome. So of course, famously, they shot the pilot in color, but what was circulating for a long time was the black and white. But a lot of those color clips, of course, were cut into the Cage.
I remember seeing on my father's, was it 9mm reel? The thing he used to take to conventions all the time.
Yeah, we had like an 8 and a 16.
He had a version that started black and white.
Yeah.
But as you went in, it opens up the saucer section.
Yeah.
So
and then it went to color.
It goes into color as you go into there.
That's
And so he had a cut that had a shot like that.
I don't think
and I saw that when I was this big.
Okay.
And have never seen anything since.
Because when I was like 10,
yeah.
That's when I saw your dad at UAB Birmingham. And we were in this one theater kind of space, and he showed the Cage.
Right.
And of course, nobody had seen it at that time, unless you got lucky and got to go to one of these things. I recall it all being in black and white, but I also remember it being very cool. Yeah. And I thought it was awesome that you had this whole other cast, and it was a good story. And then he showed the blooper reel. And then for some reason, we all went into a different room for the lecture part of it. But yeah.
Anyhow.
And the only thing people are asking, because this was between Wrath of Khan and Star Trek III, Search for Spock, the only thing anybody wanted to know is if Spock was coming back.
Of course.
That was the only question. Yeah.
Of course.
All right. So we have the Cage here, number 6, which is going to Yolanda. Oh, and it's a lovely shot of Susan Oliver as Vina.
Oh, that is a nice shot.
Yeah. Well, here, I'll try to share
Yolanda,
with everybody.
I might need some help.
Iolanda.
Okay. Yolanda, thank you very much.
And there's a reminder there on screen. Go to streamily.com/Roddenberry for these incredibly limited cells. Did you see the movie The Green Girl about Susan Oliver's life and career? Awfully good.
Really?
Yeah, because of course she worked as an actor for a long time, but then switched over to directing. Was a very accomplished director. I believe I can't remember if it was her first TV gig as a director, but I think she directed MASH.
Oh, wow.
A handful of episodes there. And then she was trying to get in on Next Gen to direct an episode there, and it didn't work out, and we lost her way too young.
Sure.
But otherwise, I would have fully expected her to direct some Star Trek.
That would have been great if you
did. Yeah.
It's nice when they come from the original. And
absolutely. It is the Star Trek writing or directing school, rather.
Yes.
So many
Yes,
people
it is.
who cut their teeth on Trek.
Why don't you ask Rod what he remembers
Hey, Rod.
being on set?
Well,
Yes.
all right. Speaking of learning,
For those of you who
being
didn't
on
hear.
sets, yes.
As a young kid, I wasn't around during the filming of the original series. So for those of you who don't know, I'm an old 51, but believe it or not, Star Trek is 59 years ago, 59 years old today in terms of airing.
Yeah.
So I was not around, and I can't say, so the first set I think I went to, Star Trek 2 or Star Trek 3, it was on the Klingon bridge.
Oh, wow. So you would have been about 8?
I know I'd just gotten back from camp, and they were shooting it, and my father took me there, and people have heard me say this a million times, and I'm getting more and more embarrassed to say it. I still didn't really care at the time.
Yeah.
Still didn't appreciate where I was and all that. I mean, it was cool to be there, to have these Klingon looking things.
Yeah.
And be on a futuristic set, but it was like, all right, this is cool. All right, what's next?
Yeah.
So, but that was my first introduction to being on set. And then when I really absorbed it, of course, was Next Generation.
You were a PA.
I was a PA and, part of production, and would just be on set hanging out.
Yeah.
Which I regret those days. That was phenomenal.
Okay, but here's the important question. As a PA,
Yeah.
were you doing the PA grunt work, or were you treated with kid gloves?
So here's what I'll say. I did deliveries, coffee, scripts, dailies. They had me running all around the lot doing stuff. Was I treated differently because I was Gene Roddenberry's son? Well, hell yeah, I'm sure I was.
Okay.
I'm sure. But I mean, I also, as much as I say I was kind of like a goof off when I was a kid, I certainly was. But I wasn't necessarily like trying to cause harm there. I may have been riding the bike they gave me a bit fast. I may have broken 2 or 3 of those bikes.
Okay, wait a minute.
For real.
David Livingston.
But I still got everything to where it needed to get.
David Livingston, if you're watching right now, stop watching. David Livingston, to date, he is the guy who shot more Star Trek than anybody. And he has privately told this story about kicking the kid on the bike, like offset or like, get rid of him because you were disruptive. And
I was disruptive?
With the bike. And then 0.2 seconds later, the phone call comes from whose office.
I don't remember being kicked off the set.
Well, maybe you were gently guided because they were starting to roll or something like that. And he never did that again.
So if it was me, which sounds like it was, he was perfectly within his right, most likely.
He was.
But I tried to be very careful when the bell went off. I knew no one moves, so I would freeze.
Yeah.
And then there's still people who are walking and talking. Nowadays, on a set, at least on Star Trek, when I've been there, the bell goes off. There's people walking around. There's all sorts of stuff still happening.
Yeah.
And I think it really has to do with equipment and how sensitive things are. Now everyone's got lavaliers and everything right on them and stuff like that. But back then, I remember being on Earth Frontal Conflict, and we were basically in warehouses. Anytime a plane flew overhead, they'd have to cut. Because they couldn't have that background noise.
Yeah, even in the best sound stations.
Anyhow, I'm kind of proud of myself for not being a complete, pardon my language, shit on set. We have to bleep that. Little brat on set. But yes, I was young, and I'm sure.
Well, he got an earful, and he's traumatized to this day.
All right, well.
So.
I don't know why he would have gotten an earful. My father would have chewed me out too.
All right, so now we've got a Telosian. Unmistakable. We have a Telosian from the Menagerie / the Cage. Who is this one going to? Number 5.
No name.
No name.
Oh, no name.
No name.
All
Okay,
right.
easy enough. Thank you, No Name. And all of the people in the No Name family.
Well,
we
it's
appreciate it.
ordered by Linda, but
Okay, well,
not
thank you,
affected.
Linda. So here we go. That one, we'll go with that one. And then we'll bring out the next one here from the Menagerie / the Cage.
All right.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So our first one that went to Yolanda, which had Susan Oliver and her form as Vina. This is Vina, but accident Vina. This is after she was found.
Her real self.
Yeah.
Without the
So there we go. So that's number 4, and that goes to
That is No Name, and they didn't say their name.
No Name. I didn't say.
Okay,
I'm part of the No Name family. We appreciate you. And again, and whether you have a name or not, you can go to streamily.com/Roddenberry to get your own film cell. We do not discriminate, name or no name. All right. There we go. Okay, now we have Menagerie number 3.
Oh my
and that goes to.
There we go.
It's the same Linda, but she does not want her name.
Okay, no
Got
name.
it.
All right, Linda, with no name. Now this one, all right. This one's a little bit hard to tell, but I think I know what it is. Let's get out the old man glasses here. And oh, that's so nice. Okay, this is a scene in the meadow or in this little park construct, and you got Vina, and I think there's Pike standing up, but you have the horse. You got Captain Pike's horse in there, and they're having this little idyllic nature scene. Do you remember the name of Captain Pike's horse?
Oh God, why? How? No, there's no way I would.
Here's the thing. I only remember it. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna make something. There's like a
go ahead, make it
deja
up.
vu. No,
make it up.
There's almost like a deja vu, like Sparkles, but it's not that.
That they retcon now that it's Sparkles the horse.
No, they don't.
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's Tango.
Okay, see,
and I only know that from writing Star Trek trivia, and it's one that stuck with me. So,
number 2?
Sorry, number 2.
Okay,
number 2. Here we go from the Menagerie / the Cage.
Okay,
and this one
No
goes
Name.
to No Name. Okay, all right, but No Name.
They did just purchase it.
Excellent.
You know, everyone, you're not going to get much money on eBay for these things. I mean, I don't care if you do. It's just like, it's not like.
This is cool. This is a shot of Pike and Spock.
Oh, I see that one. I like that one.
Yeah, and they're in their the landing party
uniform,
jackets. You know, that's cool. Oh, I really like that one. Nice. All
Very
right,
nice.
you got a good one.
Do you know? And that one's No Name again.
No Name.
No Name.
They did just purchase it, so that was very
thank you.
nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you got a good one.
Yeah. And then we've got another one here from the Menagerie. This will be number 1. Then we know who
Okay,
that
give me
one's
1
going
second.
to. Okay, you got it.
Stop rushing me.
This is what do we got?
This
Nice.
is also a no name.
Okay, also no
I'm
name.
not sure if it's the same person, but they did not.
And let's see. Oh, okay. Now this is cool. This is a shot in the conference room. So I think very specifically,
So
this
what
is
episode?
from this would be from the Menagerie, because what you've got is everybody in the conference room sort of being used.
Is number 1 in there?
No, because this is when they were watching the footage of what happened during Pike's mission. So this is from the Menagerie.
This is the court scene.
Yeah. When they're
okay.
right, when they're getting set up to watch what happened. In
And
the
what
cave.
John is doing here is not showing you guys. He's using the brightness
so we can
from
see
the screen to
Wait a
see
minute.
it. Because I
Here,
know he
let's-
keeps holding it up,
All right, here.
and
let's
everyone's
do
like, I
this.
don't know why you keep
Let's
doing
do
that. I can't
this.
see it.
There we
Now
go.
you
There, now you can see it.
Now you can see it.
Okay. All right.
But John is using the screen like a light box, so he can
Yeah.
actually see the film.
Yeah. All right. So this is
every
no
time
name.
we do it, I know they're
I
like, John, we can't see what you're holding.
Here's what I'll do. I have to
All right.
bring up like
All right.
a blank screen here, and then yeah, there we go. I can kind of see it like that, and then I'll share it with everybody. All right.
We should probably invest in a box.
A
with
light
lights.
box.
Yeah.
Wow.
We probably have
Imagine
one.
that. There was one in
There
here.
was one.
There was a loop somewhere,
Well,
but who needs
Okay.
it, right?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Okay, let's move on here. Oh, the man trap. All right,
There we go.
So this is kind of an appropriate set to do, because the man trap
it's the
is what
first one
aired
aired
today
Yep.
in 1966.
Do we have? Oh, I'm gonna wonder if we have any of the salt. What are the salt guys?
The Salt Vampire.
Salt
yeah.
Vampires.
Now this is a behind the scenes shot.
Oh, see,
So
yeah, those
whoever
are-
got
oh, with
this
the
one,
clapboard,
whoever
too.
got our behind the scenes. So I'm going to do that thing. We're going to hold it up like that, and you can't see it, but it is a clapboard in front of Spock.
Yes.
It looks like, so everybody can. Yeah, there you go. You can all get a good look at that. All right, so we have a clapboard
Perfect.
of Spock.
Do we know who this is to?
No name.
No name.
name?
All right. So here's what's interesting. Of course, September 8th, 1966, we celebrate the premiere of Star Trek TOS. 60 years ago, they were shooting Where No Man Has Gone Before. And that's why we've got George Takei on the Trek
Oh.
files coming up. So
Okay.
we're at the 60th anniversary for filming Where No Man. And if you go back further, we celebrated the 60th anniversary of The Cage
Gotcha.
in late 2024, because they were shooting that in November.
64.
Yeah, November 64. And then had that, I think they had that first cut ready by like January, February. Like they rushed that.
Well,
along.
internally they've watched it, right? I mean, obviously.
Yeah,
it's
well,
that-
that was the cut for approval.
Right.
From the
Which wasn't
studio of the
approved.
network, which was not approved. Exactly. All right, Man Trap number 7. And let's take a look here what we got. Oh, okay. This is a group shot of a whole bunch of people hanging out. Oh, yeah. Okay. It looks like they're down on the planet.
How do we not?
And that's number 7.
Whiteboard is.
I know, right?
Got to be like right. Okay.
Okay, they were all down on the planet, and this is the encounter with the human version of the salt monster as McCoy's former
Oh, I forgot.
girlfriend.
They
And,
have a humanoid appearance.
Well, remember, it's a shapeshifter. So whatever you want it to be,
I'm
They-
thinking of the hairy guy with the teeth, like the circular mouth and the.
Yeah. that's when it looks like a salt vampire.
Okay, so that's when it looks like.
Right,
Okay.
right.
But it's a shapeshifter.
Yeah,
Oh, because one of the women.
bingo.
Oh, it's been a while, guys. It's been a while since I've seen that episode.
Yeah.
So
So they beam down
they,
and
they
they
suck
and
all
they
the salt out of humans. We
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Is it they need salt?
And they think that, or McCoy thinks like, oh, this is my ex-girlfriend, and we're just gonna go visit and
Gotcha,
hang
okay,
out. And
okay.
why is all this salt stuff here? And why is our other crewman who won't have a name? Why does he have all these red mottled circles on his head? And
Gotcha.
then they figure it out later, because then the vampire takes the form of, oh, I can't remember now either. Yeah,
Yeah,
not fair.
you're
All right.
talking to the wrong guy on
There's
this.
number 7. All right, number 6 from the Man Trap. There you go.
All right.
Boom. Okay, number 6 goes to. Okay, there she is. So there's Nancy Crater. Well,
Okay.
it is the human version of the salt vampire
Okay.
as Nancy Crater, and looks like going to suck the salt out of Spock. Maybe.
Do we know who this one is too?
Do we? Claire, do we know who this goes to?
This
Mantrap
is,
number 6.
yes, this is to Dave.
Dave
Does not
does
need
not
his
want a name. Okay.
Doesn't need his name. So
There
just
we
run
go.
whatever salutations
Gotcha.
you would like.
There we go.
Would be appreciated.
All right.
Done and done.
Okay, then we're gonna go to number 5.
If anyone buys any more right now, the
Uh-huh.
only note I might ask is, like on these, I've been kind of writing just sort of a phrase, you know, something I write. I have about 5 or 6 or maybe 10 of them that I kind of dance between, and then I sign my name. If you guys just want, like, don't write anything. We don't want you to think, just sign your name. Be specific. And I'm sorry to those of you who may have not done that in the past, but I've been putting little phrases on there that are somewhat optimistic.
They enjoy that.
I hope so. I hope so.
I try, whenever I get an autograph from someone, I usually ask them to write, "Thanks for the $5 you loaned me." And, and so if they want that,
That's hilarious.
they could do that
That's
too. Yeah.
John, we need to get you
okay.
some headshots for next time.
We do.
We
We
do.
do. Let's say, okay, here we go. We got a group of people also from the Mantrap. And this is number 5, also a no name,
Great.
I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Name.
Okay.
Okay.
So there we go. Oh, sorry. Hold that together. Here's a random thing. Speaking of autographs. All right. So years ago, I got a cookbook signed by Yan, the guy who did the show Walk with Yan. All right. He's doing a signing somewhere. I bought the book. Hey, can you sign my book? And he keeps the book for about like 3 or 4 minutes.
Uh-huh.
And he writes this long, like, to John, one of my dearest friends with exceptional taste in food and wine. And he like write this whole long paragraph about a
And you
history.
never met him.
Never met him before, but he would do a whole like shared history just because.
That's very
I
sweet.
think you should do that now too.
No.
All right, number 4. Number 4 from the Mantrap is going
Yes.
to
Also,
no name.
the choice of your salutations.
Okay.
Okay, this is a prone.
I've been making them inspirational. Like this one, I'm gonna say the end is near.
Yeah, right. People love that. This is a prone Dr. McCoy. He is laying on a bed, and I believe he is vulnerable to the salt vampire at that point. So somebody got it, Dr. McCoy. Excellent. And we'll go on to 3.
Beautiful.
Okay, and number 3 for the Mantrap goes to
It's going to a person, Demetrius, but they would not like their name on it.
good, because you would
Okay.
never spell it.
Dimitri. Yeah,
That
I would
be-
misspell that.
Yeah,
I would.
like,
misspell that.
hey, you.
I'm just gonna call him D.
D. Hey.
Hey, D.
Right. This appears to be. I believe that is the salt vampire in its salty form. A little hard to tell on that. Oh, no. Interesting. It's a wide shot, actually. There's a lot of rock work that looks weird, but deep in that rock work, you got Kirk, I think McCoy. You got people.
You got people.
people
You
in
got
there.
people.
All right.
You got
There we
cast.
go. All right. Then we're going to
Mantrap
go to
cast.
Mantrap number 2.
There we
And that one is
That is also Demetrius, but no name.
no name.
Gotcha. Done
Okay.
again.
Oh, and this is cool because this is a group shot in the Enterprise, and you actually have Rand in there with see?
Oh,
Right
very
there.
nice.
Yeah.
Very
I'll
nice.
share it with everybody else as well. You got Rand, and you got the rest of the gang hanging out. There we go. When was
There
the
we go.
last time you watched any TOS?
It's been a while since I've done TOS.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Zale, my son, into
Uh-huh.
TNG, but it's a little slow moving. I mean, for those of you who know, growing up in the Marvel world, he's 12 years old now, and he loves the action, and our attention spans, not just kids,
Yeah.
adults, are like that. So, sitting him down in front of something like Encounter at Farpoint,
Yeah.
little slow moving.
Yeah.
Little slow moving. So we're not there yet.
But I think TOS is more action oriented than Next Gen.
I think it is too, and I haven't tried that one. He actually loved Discovery,
Okay.
and Strange New Worlds. He enjoys that one.
Yeah.
And of course he loved the animated for both.
Yeah.
Lower Decks and Prodigy.
Yeah.
And I did not show him Picard
Oh,
because
interesting. Yeah.
I disagree with showing anyone who hasn't seen Picard without seeing Next Gen.
Sure, you kind of need the background.
My choice.
Yeah.
My choice.
But I remember watching TOS when I was like 4 or 5. You know, and that was the series. Of course, it was the only series at the time, but that was the one that really resonated.
Our intellectual maturity levels, you know, probably have been, continue to be different.
Would me and you?
Well, yeah, I think a show like that probably spoke to someone like you and many of you out there.
But it was
when I was that age. I was like Romper Room was like a brain buster for me.
But being that age, it was the color, it was the action, it was just cool people doing cool things, and it wasn't until later that I really clued in.
Were they as cool as Mr. Beast or any of those guys?
It is barely.
They're competing against a lot of cool people out there now.
I know that's the rough part.
I know Mr. Beast even ages me. People are like, Mr. Beast,
who's that guy?
Who's that?
Yeah, selling his fake food. Yeah. All right. Number 1 Man Trap goes to.
That's going to hold on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Getting there. This is a cool one, by the way. It is Spock and Uhura
right.
on the bridge, and it's a really nice looking shot.
That's a good shot.
Let's see here, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Holly was able to idea it like because of Uhura's earrings.
Is this
or something so specific?
Where he says, "I can think of no one else better equipped to handle." Was that in this episode?
I think that's a later episode.
That's a later
after something had gone wrong, but
like that was really nice of him.
Yeah,
that was like a very
crucial.
Yeah,
it really is.
Okay, this is going to. They don't want their name, but it's Sandy, Sandee.
Sandy,
Sandee.
Thank you.
Cool for having a cool name.
Hey, Teresa. Love you all back.
Oh, there's Teresa.
Yeah. Hi. All right.
So Sandy doesn't want her or does?
No.
Okay.
But we will never forget you, Sandy, with 2 E's. All right. And then we're going to go, we got a behind the scenes here from the Changeling. Which is very cool. And that'll be our next to last, because then we'll do Arena. So there is still time.
Beautiful.
We have some here. These are uncalled for, right?
There will still be stuff available in the store. As signed off camera.
Okay.
After the live stream is over.
Beautiful.
We don't want people, they just won't be able to get it signed live anymore.
Got it. Okay.
No live.
Okay.
Well,
So
we'll probably do this again in a year or so.
Yeah. Streamily.com/Roddenberry.
Yes.
All right. We're looking at the Changeling number 3. And all the ones we have here for the Changeling are behind the scenes.
Which one was the Changeling? Why do I forget the Changeling?
Nomad.
That's the Changeling?
The
robot? The first V'ger.
The first V'ger.
V'ger plate.
Yeah.
NXO V'ger 1?
NXO V'ger 1, exactly. Because I remember, I think it was in Starlog magazine around the time that motion picture came out, or maybe it was in retrospect, but the subhead was "Where Nomad Has Gone Before."
Oh, that's funny.
And it was
that's cute. That's cute.
Yeah. But you know what? All right, maybe this is a longer conversation for
it is.
time, okay?
Because if we're going down the road, I think.
Yeah, there are only so many stories to tell.
Yeah.
And I think it's okay to remake a story in the respect that we have the germ of an idea, we have a premise we want to explore, we can make it our own. We can bring some fresh light to it, look at it from a new perspective. But I think if you're doing a remake, an homage, if you were, like, that's okay. I think that's fair game, as long as you truly are making it your own.
So, sorry, is this in reference to the motion picture?
I'm only talking about the motion picture and the Changeling, not
the
talking about anything else that is
Okay.
relevant or current to Star Trek.
Okay. Yeah, no. But I think, I think you're right. I think, I don't want to say very few. It certainly took me a long time to one day it dawned on me. And I'm probably watching it from Mission Log.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a second, this is just like the
It's
motion
just
picture.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
I think that's okay.
I think it's
you
fine.
know, especially you have a little bit of the distance of time.
The only thing that's the
And you
same.
have a really unique
It's
ending.
a probe we sent out, right? Isn't it a probe in that one? And then
It gains an artificial intelligence.
and it crashed into something else. Did it combine with something?
Maybe. I don't think.
And the motion picture does.
The motion picture, an alien race finds it, and they just make its development.
Well, the
go
machine
nuts.
planet.
A machine planet. Yeah.
Which is, there's a lot more story to be told there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We hope to have something one
Maybe
day. One day.
One day. All right. This is a very cool behind the scenes. This is number 3, and it goes to
It's Tony,
Tony,
but
It's a
they
Tony?
would not.
No.
but no name. All right.
Wow, no one wants
You
that.
have it your way, Tony. But this is very cool. It is a clapboard shot behind the scenes. I'm gonna try to get that up here, and Okay, Dan says, I grew up on Star Trek and I still watch all the episodes from original series to DS9.
Nice.
Hey, look, Dan, Voyager's pretty good too.
I
There's a lot of good Trek in every
I'll
series.
tell you, in the last few years,
Yeah.
I have watched Voyager all the way through for the first time
You did?
all the way through. And I really, really enjoyed it. I listen, I won't say I like it better than, because we don't need to get into that.
No.
But it is it's up there for, you know, in terms
Have
of
you
my
caught up where we are in Mission Log?
uh
We're in the middle of season 7. Okay.
I'm still way behind on
Season
listening to
7,
this
that has got some banger episodes.
Yeah,
I mean, they
yeah.
just like knocking it out of the park week after week. It's
Yeah.
so good. And we're like, where were you this whole time? You know, you could have been doing
I
these.
do recommend. Listen, if I'd say if you like next generation, Voyager's sort of like the next.
They complement each other.
They do complement
very
each other.
much so. Yeah.
Different casts, different situations, but similar tone, feeling, sense.
Yeah.
We're out there to explore, and we're out there, even in the worst case scenarios, and even when your crew might be mad at you, you still follow. And I hate to call it the Star Trek way, but the ethical, human, with integrity and without causing harm to anyone else in the universe, as often as you.
Except when it gets in Janeway's way.
Listen,
but
all of our captain, it is.
But
you're 100%
honestly,
right.
they treat those moments very well, I think, and it leaves you a lot of room for conversation. We
won't talk about Tuvix. We won't talk about
hashtag Janeway did nothing wrong.
Oh
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm saying it right now. All right. Behind the scenes, we have another number 2 behind the scenes from The Changeling, and it's a clapboard right in front of somebody's face. I love it.
Got it.
Who's this one going to?
That is no name.
No name. All right.
They didn't tell
There
me
we
their
go.
name.
That one's kind of cool. There we are. All right. So there's number 2. And then just so I know, for number 1, do we have a name?
It's Danny, but they do not.
Danny No
put it
Name.
on there.
Danny No Name.
Danny No Name.
All right. I love it. Okay. So
there we go.
We got a Danny No Name.
2 Danny.
No. Well, let's check it out. Let's see what we have here. I love these behind the scenes shot. Okay, that one's a little harder to see. Here we go. I'm gonna do this again. Oh, that actually. Okay, that is a set piece. They are in engineering. It looks like we got Nomad right in the middle, which is pretty cool. Let's see if I can do that.
Yeah.
There we go. See this big,
I see it.
those big kind of drums there in engineering. You know,
There's a good blooper on that.
there is.
The guys on the floor pushing it.
Oh, because Nomad's on like a little tripod.
He's like,
thing,
yeah,
like
he's
a
just on
little
wheels.
thing.
He's
Yeah.
just on wheels. And the camera like kind of just pans down, and there's a guy pushing
There's
it.
a guy.
It's a
I
good
love it.
blooper.
That's
Oh.
nice. Okay, that goes with that one.
That goes
Yeah,
that one.
yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
All right, and we're gonna stall here for just a second before we get into
Oh,
Arena.
just because we need to get information. Arena.
Which speaking of
They may have just
stories
begun, yeah.
revisited.
Yep.
Strange New Worlds. And if you want to talk about that,
Oh, are you having
give us a call tonight.
Is that tonight?
That is tonight.
Tonight.
Mission Log Live. We will go live at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be talking about Terrarium, which is that is the name of the episode. Not Arena 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah,
it is called
Terrarium.
And yeah, we'll have things to say. So, and you will find that, by the way, on the Mission Log Facebook page, on Mission Log on YouTube. You can follow us on Instagram, Roddenberry Podcasts, but join us. And even if you don't call in, chat with us live. But it's a great way for fans to be able to talk about in the moment Star Trek.
And not the worst thing in the world, and I'm probably giving myself this advice.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and listen to the Mission Log
about Arena,
which you guys did.
I love that
8,
idea.
9 years ago.
8, 12, 15, 23 years ago.
Well, not that long. But
getting there.
But that'll be some good talking points based off of that, I think.
Love it. All right, Arena
That
number
is
3.
going to Bob, but
Bob.
yes, and Bob does want his name.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. Hey, Bob, with a name. Again, that's B-O-B.
Thank you.
And it looks like, oh, this is cool. Bob gets a shot of Vasquez Rocks with Kirk. That's too cool. I haven't been out there in a long time, but I love that place. It's
everything.
All the things have been shot at Vasquez Rock. Okay, so I love that Star Trek reuses Vasquez.
All right, I messed this one up too.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right, here we go. We got another one for you.
I did BBO. I couldn't spell his name.
It's because I distracted you. That's why. So Arena very prominently uses Vasquez Rocks. There are other TOS episodes that use Vasquez Rocks. What I love is that even though there's more Trek TV that use that location, 2009 Star Trek, J.J. Abrams used Vasquez Rocks, but extended it a bit with CG to kind of shape it up a little bit. And then you fast forward, here we go. That was number 3. There we go.
Okay.
Fast forward to Star Trek Picard. And Raffi lives, we encounter her in her trailer.
They did that out there?
She's at Vasquez Rocks.
They did that out there?
So either
it's a cool place.
Yeah, either it's the place that it's easy to get a home there in the future, or there's a lot of places that look like Vasquez Rocks in the future.
So bonus points to anyone out there who can tell us what is the geological name of those rocks, the ones that are angled like this. There's probably and I know one of the names just from like geology in high school. Sure, there's actually technical names that I don't know, so you guys will probably know more than I do. But
this is cool.
I don't. Do they comment? Can we?
They can.
Will we see anyone?
Yeah, we might.
Okay,
we might, depending on how they're interacting with us.
I mean, we don't really have anything to offer you in terms of winning, but I will gladly tell you,
you win.
You win.
Rod's gratitude.
Oh, sure.
Vasquezian Rod.
Actually, I like that one.
How are you doing, Spencer? Good to see you, my friend.
Vasquezian Rocks. That's
excellent. That is the correct answer.
For now, that is the correct answer. And until the next one.
Yes. I want to live at Vasquez Rocks.
Are they karst? Well, you know more than I do.
Maybe something got cut off. I don't know. That might have gotten cut off, but thank you, Mona.
Okay.
All right. So arena number 2, I believe, also a no name.
And I'll answer my own riddle, my own question in a moment here.
It is no name. But other people,
no name.
Give people a chance. And this is a cool shot. This is Kirk with his kind of homemade gun. Are they technically a scarp or an upthrust? Whoa.
See, you might know. Definitely, I think they're an upthrust, but I'm just going to say it. Yeah. I learned that it's called hogback ridge because the jaggedness of that, they're called hogback ridge, but they are caused by it coming up, obviously. So I don't know if it's officially enough. I was acting like I really knew what I was talking about. I know one term that they can be referred to as, and I think that is
interesting,
somewhat commonly known.
Coincidentally,
I think
Hogback Ridge is the name of the album by Upthrust.
Really?
No,
you son of.
So there's arena number 2, and then when we come around,
say who's Upthrust?
That's my new band doing the album Hogback Ridge.
Oh God.
All right.
Okay.
So we do have arena number 1 coming up.
The picture is now totally clear.
See, I'm very gullible when it comes to John.
Oh, hey, great.
Now it looks.
Now we look good. Okay.
Wait, okay.
Cool. Somebody says, John. Hey. All right. So arena number 1. Same. No name. Okay. No name. So there we go. And this is Kirk. I got to do this. Got to get this thing.
Yes.
All right. Sky Blue Freelance says Upthrust.
How many extras do we
just made my list of fake
band
band names. Wait a minute, but I just said it. All right. Do we use these?
You can use those, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Do we only have 2 more, I hope?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I can't mess up these 2.
No, don't mess them up.
Okay.
Vasquez Formation. It's a 20 million year old conglomerate formation. Wow. Okay. Thank you, David.
You know more.
This is a shot of Kirk kind of perched up on the rocks, and he's got his communicator out trying to figure out, what the hell is going on and why do we have to fight this big lizard? There we go. Speaking of big lizards, Bobby.
Bobby Clark?
Bobby Clark.
Oh my goodness.
He's
amazing.
I
haven't seen him in ages.
He's still doing the thing. He's still he was at STL.
He lives basically, well, he probably lives past there, but I definitely had to drive in that area
to
go visit him once.
Yeah.
I forgot where he lives.
Do we have more because are we doing these? The iMud?
I think we have one more. Yeah, the iMud.
Okay.
We have 2 more and 2 more papers.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay, good.
So
don't screw these up.
Easy. These are no name. Now, can you remind people they can continue to go?
Yeah. So remember, streamily.com/Roddenberry. You won't get the signature on air live. but Rod will call you as he's signing it, just to let you know.
And then I should be more clear about the fact that the money we make today,
Yeah,
I will match through the foundation, and I will see that money goes to one of the partners that we've granted, given one of our previous grants to, or perhaps one of the runners up, so that they can keep going with their technologies and methodologies and make the future a better place.
very cool. All right. So our last two here are behind the scenes shots from iMud. Looks like they both have clapboards in them, which is really cool. So and they're both no name.
Correct.
So number 2 here, I'm going to try to share that. This is a shot of a clapboard in front of Kirk and one of the mud robots. There she is. Okay. And number 1, look at this. We're doing this right on time. All right. Number 1 here. Boom. That is a clapboard shot with Kirk and looks like McCoy.
All right.
Excellent. Spock way in the background. So that is a very cool.
And the other one is no name as well.
Yeah, both no name. So that about does it. And I just want to remind everybody, streamily.com/Roddenberry should be on screen for you right there if you want to get your own film sale. Again, these are getting harder and harder to get. So now is the time to do it. And stay tuned to the stream all day. I'll be back with a little more Mission Log later and Mission Log live tonight, not part of this stream. So make sure you follow us on Instagram at Roddenberry Podcasts, or you join us at Facebook/Mission Log Pod. But we'll be live tonight talking about Strange New Worlds, Terrarium. You do not want to miss it. Share your opinions. It's all about your opinions.
And then what am I doing, Claire?
You are coming up. You're going to talk about the foundation in just a minute after this
There
interstitial.
you go.
And just
All
a minute
right.
after this, I will
Just
be
a
talking
minute.
about the foundation.
Okay.
Thank you guys
Beautiful.
so much. That was so much fun. And
Okay, Rod,
even more,
thank you.
first of all, it was so charming to hear about you backstage, Rod. And I'm sure you were a little shit. I'm sure. I mean,
Not
that
much
with
has
all
changed.
due
Not much
respect.
has changed.
No,
I
it's
just
so
cover my
charming.
tracks
Thanks,
a little
guys. We'll
better.
see you, Rod, in just a second. And John, you and I have a bunch of really cool things to show up at the top of the hour.
Damn right we do. I'll see you
Dang.
later.
Dang it right. Bye, guys. All right. We are having such a great time, and it is so awesome to see all of you engaged. And we are streaming across so many different channels. We're on our Roddenberry official Instagram and Facebook page. We're on the Mission Logs Pod Facebook and Instagram page. We're on our Mission Log Podcast YouTube channel. We just launched a brand new YouTube channel called Beam, where we're doing all of our short form content. And right now, where we're also streaming is on the Roddenberry Foundation. And I'm going to warmly welcome our friend Sabrina Cartan, who is basically nerdier than I, and I didn't think that was. Oh crap! Hold on, Vamp. I gotta get my thing. Hold on.
Quiet air. I'm just kidding. Hello, everyone. It's good to see nobody. We're just waiting for Jessica to come back.
You're doing great.
I
You know how to do this. I just had to do it.
I know how
too.
to do
Is this
this.
the right side? Yeah, they do it that side.
Wait, do we have? Yeah, I have to always remember which side.
Well, I am mirrored, so I actually don't know what the audience is seeing, but literally,
Yeah.
you and I are matching.
We're
right
we're
now.
inverse match.
We are totally inverse. This is so dorky and so cute. You are somebody that I just think carries a lot of intelligence and charm and ethos and civic duty in your heart. Wouldn't you say that's right?
It was always my dream as a girl to carry ethos and hang out on the computer with Trekkies. So
You're doing it today. And as you know, we are showing some of the highlights of Quoting Gene Roddenberry, the way we celebrated as Roddenberry Entertainment the centennial of what would have been Gene Roddenberry's 100th birthday. We got 100 quotes from Trekkies, Star Trek fans, just regular people like us. And we're going to share now Kevin Smith's Quoting Gene Roddenberry. Let's make sure it works first. Here.
The more you read science fiction, the more you realize that you and the universe are part of the same thing. Gene Roddenberry said that.
The more you realize that you and the universe are part of the same thing. That's so interesting. I actually think this is a very good quote for you to join me on. What does that quote say to you?
I was just thinking about Silent Bob.
That's fair. That's fair.
I was just like, oh my God, it's Silent Bob. It's so exciting that literally everyone is a Trekkie. I'm so sorry. I have to go back and look at the quote again. But the thing that I think about when I've been seeing these, I've been watching the stream all afternoon, and I'm just like, man, that person is a Trekkie. That person is a Trekkie. Like everyone who's creative and cool is a Trekkie. And it's just so cool to see the ways that Gene Roddenberry worked with Trekkies to create this universe. And we at the foundation are doing that. You know, I guess what the quote means to me is that, you know, science fiction can become science fact. If you believe in the power of everything that the Roddenberry ethos represents, if you believe that we can live in a world, a universe without hunger, without greed, without poverty, we can make these things happen, not just on screen, but off screen.
Whoa.
So
That's so powerful. And actually, I am going to now welcome in Rod, where you two can talk a little bit more about what the foundation is doing. I think people may not know that the foundation is happening, and that's a big reason why you are their ambassador. So we're going to welcome Rod back on. He is now located in the studio. Rod, you don't need me for this, but I will be backstage if you need anything. So you two have a very fun time getting to let our audience know what you're all about.
Thank you, Jessica. And I know I'm in very capable hands with Sabrina.
Hey, Rod, you are way less pixelated in your office, so it's great to see.
Oh, am I good?
Yeah, millions more pixels probably. I was just talking with Jessica. We were kind of matching, but like I'm kind of like the color version of the what she had going on. But I had to check and make sure that you weren't wearing this shirt today, because I know you have this shirt.
I do have that shirt. I love that shirt.
It's a great shirt.
I debated whether to like wear a Star Trek shirt today. I felt it was too much. I got the pin, so you know.
Got the pin. Wait, where's your pin? So you've got like a Star Trek pin. I've got a pin from Troublesome Girl Studios on Etsy, which is an incredible creator. And we're going to talk about the power of fans, their creativity, and everything that they do that makes Star Trek what it is. But I'm kind of glad. Actually, I'm a little disappointed because I was hoping we would be doing sort of like an Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito twins thing. I'll let you guess which one you are, although my hint is that every woman...
I'm only 5'7". You might be taller than me, so I might be the DeVito.
I'm also 5'7". Actually, I was going to say that every woman is secretly Danny DeVito. Men don't know this about us. We're secretly Danny DeVito. You never know what I'm saying or what I'm going to say, but it makes sense if you're like super online.
I'm going to let you follow that logic train. I think the only thing I try to propose might be cancel quality there.
Well, anyway, for those who don't know, the Roddenberry Foundation has been around for 15 years, and my role of Roddenberry ambassador is to spread the word and to tell Trekkies, hey, this is a thing that has been happening. You know, it's not new.
And I quickly want to say that, and I'm sorry to interrupt what you were going to say here, but I mean, Sabrina has been amazing. We just brought her on, I mean, a year ago, not even that. How long? Whatever it's been, and for
beginning
years,
of this year.
Beginning of this year. Okay, so it feels that short.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it feels like a long time in a good way. You've done a lot. Anyhow, point being, you know, philanthropy is not a sexy word. Philanthropy is not an exciting word. You know, no one wants to. It's for some, it's like saying, you know, an insurance seminar. We do care about the future. In fact, I would say most Star Trek fans do think about the future in a positive way more than many others. But philanthropy isn't always the most exciting thing. What is it? You give money to people. Great. There's more to what we've always wanted to do with the Roddenberry Foundation than just give money away. We believe in that future. I mean, I believe in the Star Trek future. No, there doesn't need to be a Federation. I think there should be. No, there doesn't need to be a ship called the Enterprise. I think there should be. But we want to have philanthropy. We want to find the people who also believe in that future, who are working on those technologies, methodologies, whether it's in medical, education, you name it, human health services. We are trying to find the people who are making that future a reality. And we want to tell the story of, because of what this person is doing here, one day, and it may be 50 or 100 years from now, we might have, you know, we might have a world with no cancer, or whatever the case may be. these people are working on the cutting edge beginning of changing science and humanity can progress on this planet. And sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah.
You, all of this is to say, you've been brought on and you've done an incredible job of starting to tell that story. Why what we're doing at the Roddenberry Foundation, why and how it correlates to Star Trek, and why it's going to make our future a better place. So sorry, I just had to give you at least that appreciation and those kudos right there.
No, well, thank you. First of all, I also wanted to say I love what your camera is doing. It's like tracking, and it's just, you said incredible, and it zoomed right in. So it's very theatrical in the way that I think Star Trek, especially early on, really was. So I love that even here we have that, a little bit of that theatrical play. But what I was going to say is, for those of you who don't know, the Roddenberry Foundation is a really important part of the Roddenberry family of companies and organizations. In this case, the foundation, gives grants, usually $4 to $5 million awarded per year on average. In 15 years of its existence, the foundation has given over 1,000 grants. And as Rod said, the foundation is giving those grants to organizations, all very diverse range of organizations that are creating the Star Trek future. And we're going to talk a little bit about what that means. But first, actually, before we really get started, I wanted to tell you that what I did on Star Trek Day. So I got a Cricut machine, which is a paper cutting machine. And Trekkies who are creators will know this, especially the people who are really into Etsy. But I made this, and this is based off of a design I got on Etsy. So it says "Live Long and Prosper," cool. And it's paper and a little bit of aluminum foil. And I just wanted to say I did that because fans all over are doing things like that. They're creating things. And with that creativity, I think something that's a little bit underexplored when we talk about pop culture and fandom is the idea that you can use that creativity to change the world and to create the Star Trek future. So what I
could say quickly, create cool things. What you just showed me was awesome. A lot of things in my office, and we hope to do a video one day, are from fans creating stuff on Etsy. And anytime they see my name trying to buy something, a lot of them get really scared, like I'm going to come after them or something like that. I don't care. Please keep creating stuff. The issue CBS and Paramount will have is if you're successful at selling it, but that's not me. I love your stuff, and for me, keep doing it. I can't tell you to keep doing it otherwise because it's not legal. But keep making it for me. I love your stuff.
Yeah. And one thing I just wanted to say is, having been to your office, is I think that fan creativity and that spirit of collaboration has always been part of the Roddenberry ethos. Gene Roddenberry, yes, incredibly visionary thinker and creator, and he had these dreams of what the future looked like. But I don't think that Star Trek would have gotten there without that fan engagement, without fans writing letters and creating things and creating their own, Star Trek fan fiction and zines. And, I don't think that there was ever really a point where Gene Roddenberry said, stop doing that, and that's part of the magic of the 60 years of history. So I guess my first question, as we finally get to questions, is, we're coming up on 60 years of Star Trek, but we also have just celebrated 15 years of the Roddenberry Foundation. Now, as the executive producer of Star Trek, and as someone who created
one of many executive producers,
as one of many creator or executive producers of Star Trek, and as a founder of the foundation, how do those two milestones connect for you?
Oh, what a great question. Well, I mean, I'm gonna do the quick obvious answer, which is, no one, and I wasn't around during the creation of the original series of Star Trek, but who would have thunk it would have gone this far, and who would have thunk we'd be where we are today? Certainly with Star Trek, 59 years. Sorry, we're not there yet. It's truly remarkable, and it's certainly more than just, I think, the entertainment that has kept it around. The foundation is kept around because we have an incredible board, we have an incredible team, and the things that we are looking for are those long-term, cutting-edge things that will advance our species and make that Star Trek future a reality. I'm very proud. What I'm most proud about us doing is that we have been exploring. We've kind of reinvented ourselves once. I think we're starting to point in a new direction and kind of focus on education, because I and I think a lot of us in the foundation have a belief that with education, and I don't just mean science, technology, it's not just STEM or STEAM. There's ethics, humanities, there's social emotional, there's psychology, there's a lot of things that you learn outside of school or at home or through the interaction with other humans. Cultural diversity. These are the kind of things that we need as much as we need mathematics and science and history and all those things. And so, and we have a deficit of that in many places on our world and in the United States. And I think we really need to ramp that up. We as a species need to come together and focus on building our intellect and advancing our intellect. We don't have to be geniuses, but we have to really be aware of our potential as a species and how we can grow that. And through only growing that and bettering ourselves and each other, will we get to that Star Trek future. So for me, it is almost like the foundation thing. Without advancing our human intellect as an individual, as a family, as a group, as a population, as a country, and as a world, we will not reach that Star Trek future. So I don't know if that answered any question you asked, but
that was such a good answer that it answered the next question I had, I think. We talked about, well, I'm just going to give a quick plug while we're here to the live stream series that I've been working on with the foundation. So periodically we have events for this series called Creating the Star Trek Future, which is pretty much what it says on the tin. I bring together, usually it's usually like 2 or 3 different groups. So one is, cast and crew and producers and writers from Star Trek. And the other group typically is grantees or awardees from the foundation. And then sometimes, actually what I'd like to do is bring in more, kind of well-known fans of Star Trek who don't get to talk about Star Trek that much. So you can see, as you could see throughout this live stream, there have been quotes from Bill Nye and, videos from Bill Nye and Kevin Smith and all of these people who, you might not know that they're Trekkies and that Star Trek is the backbone of their, that taught them what it means to be ethical or what they dreamed of the future or what, it kind of inspired them in some way, when they were kids or, still inspires them to this day. So I want to bring in more people kind of along those lines. And essentially we build out a roundtable discussion about what everyone's doing, whether they worked on Star Trek or they're a grantee who was a fan of Star Trek growing up. And they just talk about, what does it mean to them to create the Star Trek future? And as a writer of Star Trek, the last one we had Michelle Paradise, who was a showrunner and is incredible. And she's talked about, what is she doing now as a writer, during difficult times in this country? How does her work kind of intersect with creating the future she wants to see? And one thing that really comes out of these talks that I've noticed is everyone, especially the people who are not grantees, they say, oh my God, I feel so much better knowing that someone is doing this work and there's something for me to do. And so I just want to say, like, anyone who wants to follow the foundation, it's not just this passive activity where you're just reading about what the foundation is doing. We want you to participate and volunteer with the grantees that we work with and think about different opportunities to take action. And one more thing I'll mention is that we're not actually working with them as a grantee, but I did see that the 9/11 Day of Service and New York Cares in the New York area is doing meal packing for people experiencing hunger in New York on 9/10 and 9/11. And they're doing it at the Intrepid Museum, which is the home to the real life USS Enterprise. That's so right. I don't know if you knew that, Rod, but there's like this gorgeous Star Trek exhibit with a letter, a memo from the Ford administration about Trekkies being one of the most important constituencies in America.
That's awesome. Yeah. And that's always been great about, Star Trek fans. And listen, I'm generalizing, but I mean, it is true. Most people who I think watch Star Trek and who are admirers of the show and fans, admirers, your level could be from a 1 to a 10. You kind of have to have a bit more of an open mind. And I'm not saying no one else in the world does. I'm not saying there aren't other shows and other inspirations that help you open your mind. I'm just saying Star Trek fans in general you're watching that show because there's something about it that speaks to you about who we could be one day, or how we could be now if we just not put aside our differences, but learn to crave and love the uniqueness and differences between us. In general, I have no problem going out on a limb and saying but I don't know, it's not per capita, but per fan audience, we have probably the most open-minded, forward-thinking group of people in the world.
I would agree. I think actually years ago, before I worked with the foundation, I wrote an article ranking fandoms, and Trekkies were number one, because I just thought there's no fandom that is more actively engaged, has done more to shape the story and the outcomes of particular stories, and has done more to create the lore and also volunteer. I mean, there are fan groups that have been doing like Klingon, like dress up, they cosplay and they volunteer for charity. There are groups that do this work all around the world, and they connect, like you said, the show to the type of world they're kind of mapping out the world that they want to live in. We have about 10 minutes left, so I'll just ask you, about specific grantees in case people are still wondering what the foundation is all about. So obviously we have a fellowship program, which is mostly US based organizers, and they're doing incredible work. And there are a number of global programs. I would say the big marquee program is the Roddenberry Prize, which I believe is 1 million or 1.5 million. I think it's
fluctuated. That's been a prize that we have sort of been reinventing every year, and we've found a model that we like right now. But it's always going to be changing and evolving.
Right.
But yes, it is a large prize, usually $1 million or above a year, yes. And that's either to one person or split among 3 or 4 or some sort of thing like that.
Yes. So this is a big grand prize that will change, any organization that's lucky enough to be granted it. But the Roddenberry Prize, a couple of the last few winners were iCardio AI, which I believe was the 2025 Roddenberry Grand Prize winner. And that is a company that is making echocardiograms accessible around the world by using machine learning, just to make the process faster to detect heart disease and heart problems. And then Ellipta, very similarly, was using AI for cancer screening. Now, I don't think it's...
Raj.
Yeah.
Sorry, just reading your quote, Raj.
No, that's fantastic. So now heart disease and cancer, obviously most of us can say we've been impacted by it, whether we've lost a loved one or we've suffered from some of these diseases ourselves. I can't help but wonder about how you feel about it personally. Your dad, unfortunately had heart issues, and your mom had cancer. And I guess I'm wondering if you ever wished that you could share these moments of making these grants with your parents. Like, what would they say? How would they feel? How would it feel for you to tell them that you were doing this?
I'm an incredibly flawed human being, but I am proud of what with the help of very special people in my life, have done with the foundation. Now, very, very clear. With the foundation. The foundation is run by a team. We have a team of people. We have a CEO. We have Meg. We have you. We have Jess. Forgive me, who I'm leaving out. Gupta. Gurpreet. Excuse me. We have a team of people who are actually making the foundation run. And then we sit down with them and we have discussions about, what's working, what's not, what's a new program, what's a new idea. And we kind of all discuss it and we vote on it and do it together. But I have to give you guys the credit for where you have brought the foundation. Now, in terms of sharing with my parents, yeah, you know what? I would be very happy and very proud. And I know they'd be very proud. I mean, this is to take money, and it's more than just take money and give it to someone. The reason why we have a team is to find the organizations that are really making a difference. We want our money to have the biggest impact. So there are probably hundreds, maybe thousands of organizations out there working on health and the human heart and heart disease. But to find the one or the few that are really making strides and making it more cost effective and easier and more accessible to people around the world, to narrow it down to those 1, 2, or 3 or so groups that are actually doing that. That is what you guys are doing, and that's what I'm proud of. The money we're able to give may not be as much as some larger foundations, but we think it has a greater impact by just giving it to a generic organization. And I'm not saying generic organizations aren't doing good, but like anything, whether you're choosing a hot dog or where to give a lot of money, in theory, you want to make sure that hot dog is made from real beef and not other things. This is a terrible, I don't know why I use this analogy.
No, that's incredible. Danny,
due diligence is what I'm trying to say. And by the way, if you're worried about your heart condition, you should probably consider whether you're going to have the hot dog or not. But that's
well, there you go. You're so humble and lovely, and I appreciate the shout out, to the whole team. Like, this definitely is a team effort. I think that story wise, I find it so interesting to just talk about, what you wanted to do with Star Trek, and just, even as someone who is an executive producer, one of many on Star Trek, I just love that you've created this thing that is kind of different from what your parents' generation did, but something that they could be proud of. So it's just really cool to see that this is part of the evolution of what Star Trek is. And also, by the way, you've said that this is meant to be a celebration and a thank you to the fans. So I don't want to forget saying that, because this is something that seems to be at the core of what you do, like creating the foundation. It's not simply just to create something that's in the Roddenberry name. It's to say, look what Trekkies have made happen by just continuing their love of Star Trek.
I mean, whether everyone knows it or not, clearly Star Trek would not be around today if it wasn't for fans. And yes, you can bring it back to pivotal moments, the letter writing campaign, protests on the street when Star Trek was going to be canceled, those sorts of things. That is 100% true. Yes, it also has to do with people tuning in and watching it. But I think what it really has to do with the passion that people have. And as you were commenting earlier, how it has inspired people to do good things, to do better things, to use their time and efforts to help others. I am proud of being part of Star Trek because of that. I've said this, and I mean no disrespect. I keep using Star Wars as a example. I love Star Wars. I grew up with Star Wars. Yes, we can argue about how it's going now and what's good and what's bad.
Me too.
But if I were the son of a guy who created, just call it Space Journeys, and it was just pure sci-fi, and it was meeting aliens and killing the bad guy, I wouldn't be doing this. I mean, I really wouldn't. I am incredibly proud of Star Trek, what my father created, because of what the fans have shown me. I learned about Star Trek and grew up through Star Trek through fandom, really. My father and I never sat down. He never sat down and said, well, in a mock time, we were really trying to, that never happened. So learning about it through the fans and then seeing how it inspires people is, and forgive my moment for swearing, plug your kids' ears, but that was my holy shit moment. Like, this TV show is doing good. Why the hell wouldn't I want to be a part of it? Why wouldn't I try to carry it on in whatever way that I can? So some people might think I go overboard. I don't care. Star Trek is more than a TV show. It is a beautiful roadmap to the future. We don't have to only follow that, but it's certainly a good direction to point in.
Well said. Now, everything you've said has given me so much hope. We do have to wrap up. So I will say in one short sentence, my last question is, what's one thing that's giving you hope right now?
Well, I mean, God, I don't want to say, I mean, Star Trek, this, I mean, all this discussion. I mean, the anytime I go online and I see people commenting on shows, even if they have healthy criticisms, I'm like, that they made a great point. But outside of Star Trek, I won't say anything about politics, but there are people who are trying to consider both sides of any sort of situation and trying to look at the future. We're really looking towards, how do we as a species succeed, not do we as a particular group succeed. We all need to succeed. If only a part of us succeeds, then we failed. So.
Right on. Well, thank you so much, Rod, for your time. And I just have to say, live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper to you and everyone else out there.
Hey, Jessica.
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
I do that all the time. Anyone's watching from my former Twitch streams know that all I do is mute. Sabrina, I just want to thank you so much for your time and everything you're doing. And you really do lift up the voice of Roddenberry so wonderfully and so beautifully.
Thank you.
If you wanted to find out a little bit more about what they're doing, yes, we are streaming to the Roddenberry Foundation Facebook right now. But where do you want them to find you?
We are at the Roddenberry Foundation pretty much everywhere. I think Facebook and Instagram. We are new to Blue Sky. I believe that's just Roddenberry Foundation, but that's a new and growing channel. And yeah, you can find us pretty much on mainstream social. We're not on Twitter anymore, but that's okay.
That was a company-wide decision, and I think it was a good one. Sabrina, thanks so much, and thank you for the very thoughtful questions. Bye, and way to get all dressed up.
Oh yeah, you got like the grayscale version of it.
I know. If you put us in MS Paint, we would be the exact opposite of each other.
If I'm on camera again, I'll find a Star Trek shirt.
Somewhere. Yeah, okay, we'll give you time, Rod. All right, bye, Sabrina.
Right.
Rod, now I get to corner you a little bit.
Oh, okay, so I don't have time to find a shirt. Okay.
No, you have 2 minutes with me, actually. Okay. I don't think you saw the quote that we first shared. That was the Bill Nye quote of talking about diversity enthusiastically. Did you see that?
Well, I saw you guys start it, and then I had to leave the room. But of course, I vaguely remember it from however long ago when we had it.
You said it in your own words while you were talking to Sabrina about how we should passionately find diversity. And I think that's how much this means to you is, yes, it's your parents and it's a legacy and these things you've been gifted and felt, born into. But it's really a beautiful thing to see that you truly do believe it too.
And, cool. But it is a struggle. I mean, to be real about it with everyone, every day to find optimism in what everyone else says around you, or to try to have empathy and understanding and try to see it from their point of view takes work. And so as I'm on my soapbox here, preaching to everyone about how important it is to appreciate all diversity, I understand it is a challenge sometimes, but the most important thing to do is keep trying.
You build the hope, I think, and that's no wonder it's hard, because it's hard to find the engine. That's why you employ smart people to do these things for you, though, too.
Oh, I'm so lucky that I have hired people who are so much smarter than I am, because it makes my life so much easier.
It makes you a good leader. Now we actually have the pleasure of watching another quote from Gene Roddenberry from a very special man. And I think whoever chose this quote knew exactly what they were doing. We're going to watch the LeVar Burton quote. Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
To join me for that?
I'm ready.
Okay.
The library was the way to educate a child and teach them imagination and reading. And so we went to the local library on the streetcar about every Friday night. And we all got a full load of books and came home. And I used to love to curl up with a book.
Oh my God, that just made me so emotional. Rod, I think that was so beautiful, because that's your, first of all, it's just perfect, right? We got the Reading Rainbow guy, and who has touched generations in so many different ways. And he's speaking your dad's words about how he was influenced.
Yeah. No, I know stories like that well. I mean, my father, he had a brother and a sister, and they certainly, did their own share of reading, but he was the bookworm. He was the guy who went in and got, I think I've heard of John Carter of Mars and a lot of those pulp novels back then. And he just voraciously read through them. And he loved disappearing to another world. And I think that kind of reading, and frankly, I might argue maybe any kind of reading that presents different ideas, that's what gets you to consider. That's like traveling. I mean, when you travel the world, you go to a different culture, a different place, a different environment, and you learn something new. You do the exact same thing in a book.
Well, and I think Star Trek did that for us too, because not everyone has the means to travel often, but I don't know if you have this experience, but I've been watching TOS again recently. I just finally found Voyager, and I feel like I'm on those voyages with them. I really do feel that. We got Zahn here saying, as a librarian, thank you for sharing that clip and quote. We were so lucky to get LeVar to be a part of that. Rod, we're so lucky that you want to keep this legacy alive, and that I get to be a part of it, and that so many wonderful people are making this happen behind the scenes. And it is because of you.
Well, everyone here does. And that's, I don't think anyone at this company doesn't believe in that better future. And I think everyone believes that we can help make a difference there. And not just, there's going to be people out there who say, we're just in it to make movies and sell. And this is a business. We are a production company. We're doing that. But the important part of the movies and the TV that we make, we're trying our best to make sure that those TV shows, movies, and all the content that we put out there is balanced with entertainment and something that makes you think. That's just the most important thing. Consider a different point of view. Don't agree with it. You don't have to agree with it.
Yeah, that's a big sticking point for you.
Yep, listen to it, consider it, and maybe there will be 5% of it that you'll sort of agree with, and that will take your knowledge, your base, and that'll improve it and grow it 5%. And if you do a lot of that, you read a lot of books, you watch a lot of Star Trek, you travel a lot, whatever the case is, you will grow as a person intellectually, and more knowledge is better, period. I don't care what anyone says. More knowledge is better.
Well, I mean, tell that to my big full brain that has way too much going on in it. But truly, you inspire so much of us of what we do for Roddenberry, and we all want to make sure you're happy. And boy, is it just so easy to work with you and for you. So we're going to say goodbye to Rod. Everybody, you can still get signatures from Rod if you head to streamily.com/Roddenberry. And Rod, you made the generous offer that you are going to be matching donations that go to the Roddenberry Foundation with those signatures.
Yes.
That's an incredible offer.
All right.
Thank you, Rod. Everybody say LLAP to Rod, and we'll see you later.
I love you all out there. Look forward to seeing you the next, wherever I see you. Hopefully somewhere on this beautiful planet.
Bye, Rod. Oh, okay. I was literally crying. It's a lot. I didn't expect this kind of day. But now I get to invite one of my older friends. The reason I'm here at Roddenberry in such a large capacity, the suavest geek, John Champion.
I'm not that old.
You are so old.
But I am suave. Thank you.
You are my oldest friend here.
Yes, there we go.
That's what I meant. And I can't be held to task about everything I say, John.
By the way, apologies and thank you to everybody who watched us while we were in the archive room. Fun fact, one of the best things about that archive room, not only does it have a 4-hour burn time and fire suppression and all of that, also blocks Wi-Fi really effectively.
Clearly.
Yes.
Next year, we're going to have to get a hard wire to go through.
You're damn right we will. But I hope I'm coming to you in full 1080 right now. The way
you're pretty close.
Okay.
Let's test him. Let's see if I can make him get larger. Hold on.
Ooh.
How do I make
Hey, here we go. Oh,
I don't want that.
No.
There we go.
Hey, there we are.
Hey,
okay.
Actually, if you go into your settings cog, make sure you are streaming at full 1080. So
you better believe it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Heck
indeed.
yeah, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, there are worse things, but like Dr. Nani says, you are dapper. So
that's very kind of you.
It's so very
Thank
kind.
you.
And it's so true. Listen, we've had nothing but really fun things today. You guys did the streaming. It was really cool stories. And you and I have some pretty cool things to show people.
There's a lot happening. I hope that everybody already knows about podcast.roddenberry.com. I hope you already know about youtube.com/Roddenberry Entertainment, because look, I've been hacking it away at Mission Log now for 13 years. We're, I guess, officially going into our 14th year. The 14th season of the Trek Files will start tomorrow with special guest George Takei. Mission Log Live is on tonight. There's all these things, but we keep growing, and that is in large part due to your phenomenal creativity and energy. And there's more coming. There's just more happening. So you want to share the first bit?
Well, actually, I think because you already let the cat out of the bag, even though it's not been a secret,
yes,
I think we should share our short little clip of George Takei. What do you think?
Let's do it. Yeah.
I think so. So, like John said, the Trek Files, we're launching with an interview of George Takei. Here's a little snippet about it.
He described to me what the show was like, and I'm just part of this futuristic team. And he said that's what he was going for, diversity. And diversity working together in concert. And later on, as the series sold, we discovered that one of the guiding philosophies was called IDIC, IDIC, infinite diversity and infinite combination. We didn't talk about that in that interview, but later on, once I was cast, I just discovered that. But he already had that in mind, and that's why he was interviewing an Asian American actor.
John, I
Yes.
love that because I could have just used the whole clip.
Yeah.
Before that, he's talking about an interview he had with Gene that was about the status quo of life, civil rights, his ethos, and I didn't realize IDIC was that foundational.
It is definitely baked in. And I don't know if IDIC necessarily had its name at that point, because we're talking about 1965. And what's so cool is this episode with George is about his first day shooting Star Trek. It's about the second pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before, which filmed in July of 1965. So we've already hit the 60th anniversary for that.
Wow.
And his audition was not so much an audition. He had this meeting with Gene, and then Gene philosophized about diversity and inclusion and the future and the whole premise of this starship being a capsule for humanity. And George knew from that moment that he was in. Didn't know he had the job, but he knew he was in. He was ready.
He made a friend, right?
Like he really did. Yeah. What a great way to audition.
Oh, I mean, I would be like so stoked if I just got to be myself. And in the days right now, auditioning is on camera and you have to zoom in. It's I do so much better in the room.
Everybody does.
But can you imagine though, like you're not just dealing with some guy just smoking a cigar going, what do you look like and how skinny you are? He's literally talking to you. And George goes on to say how he just did a civil rights play and Gene's asking questions. I can't wait for this to come out. I believe if you do hashtag Trek Files in the Mission Log YouTube, you will have a link to the Trek Files. So that way you can get that episode as soon as it comes out tomorrow.
Good. Also, we're so happy to be a part of Memory Alpha. So if you go to thetrekfiles.com, that bounces you over to the Memory Alpha page where not only every episode is there, but all the documents, because that's the whole point, is that every show is tied to a supporting document. So we have his day one, not day one of the shoot, but George's first day, Where No Man Has Gone Before, call sheet and the shooting schedule for the day. And it's so cool. You see all these names on there. Of course, Shatner and Nimoy are 1 and 2. But you go a little further down the list and it's like James Doohan, new. George Takei, new. So this is their first day working on Star Trek. And they're at Culver. They're at what was the old RKO studios where Gone with the Wind was shot.
And George was talking about how blown away he was by that.
Yeah. It's just, it's great. There's so much good stuff. We let this one run a little bit longer. So everybody check it out. George, of course, is wonderful. He is an overused term, national treasure. He is one.
That's exactly right. I mean, you guys went out with a bang and are coming back with a bang because you ended with Frakes last season. So that's still, and he's talking about the best of both worlds, right?
That moment, that end of season 3, fire.
I'm getting chills. It's like way too much. So we got so much more to get to. As you all know, or if you don't know, Roddenberry Entertainment houses so many wonderful initiatives, and John is the backbone of what Roddenberry Podcasts is doing. Like you said, you started 13 years ago. You are carrying the torch. You guys are almost done with Voyager. We have brand new things coming up with Enterprise, and I love working for and with you guys because I feel so passionate about everything Rod just said. You are welcome to have your opinions and share them, and then you welcome others to share those too.
It's really, I'm sorry to cut you off there. It's really important, I think, for people to understand that, when Rod and I are having this discussion so long ago, yes, Adam, George is a global treasure. Thank you. When we were having this discussion so long ago about what shape Mission Log would take, why are we doing this podcast? What's important? Rod always emphasized that it's about the ideas in Star Trek, and you are under no obligation to praise a show. I always want balance. I always want a deep dive. I want thoughtful opinions, and I hope that we've been able to bring that over time. Not every episode's a winner. That's okay too. But the whole point is that we get to have an honest discussion. And what Norman and I say on every episode is so important, which is Mission Log is a conversation. So it's not just a podcast. It begins and ends when we turn our mics on and off. That's just the beginning. We do our bit, we get it out to the world, and then we wait for everybody else to say, oh, but what about this? What about this idea? Have you considered this? And that's the part that I love. And that
you
is
offer
very
those things
true.
on Discord, on
Yeah.
Patreon. You also have those conversations on Facebook. So not everything's paywalled, but when people join our Patreon and our Discord, they're also supporting the message, the morals, and the meanings, and emboldening you guys to be able to continue to do that.
Yeah. And that is just very true to the conversation you just had with Rod. It's true to that idea of we want to have a global conversation about important ideas. We get to filter that through science fiction. We get to do that with entertainment. That's cool. But at the end of the day, it's all about the ideas that we get to share and debate and discuss with each other. Discord is kind of our baby right now. It is the heart and soul of the show. And yeah, it's paywall, but it's $1. It's $1 to join us at Patreon. So do it, patreon.com/missionlog. We get to have much more thoughtful, deep dive conversations there and live chats and all kinds of things. So more to come. Right. Yeah.
And Mona, to that point, we totally understand what's going on in the world today. And as we're expanding, which we are going to show you some of our expansions now, we're going to find more ways to engage those folks that just do a great job of sharing our name and making sure that they know about Roddenberry Podcasts. And as you may or may not know, we have Mission Log Prodigy, we have Mission Log the Orville, we have Genealogy, the Tech Files. We're going to hear from our friends at Roddenberry Podcasts, who shared this time last year their first memory of Star Trek. So sit back, enjoy this 12-minute video of us sharing our first. We welcome you to share your first in the chat if you'd like, and I'll highlight some during this video. And we'll come back with a very special screening before we're all done. Does that sound good, John?
Yeah, we will. Let's do it.
Heck yes, we will.
Hey everybody, it's John from Mission Log Podcast and Roddenberry Podcasts at large. And today is Star Trek Day. Happy Star Trek Day. September 8th, 1966, of course, was the premiere date. And we've been asking everybody about their first Trek, their first Star Trek memory. And I had to think long and hard about one because for me, I don't remember it because honestly, I don't remember a time in my life that Star Trek wasn't around in some way or another. I had the Miko action figures, I had the Star Trek color forms, I had the Star Trek playset and utility belt with the phaser, the tricorder, and the communicator. And I just remember Trek being on, whether it was the animated series or the stack of VHS tapes, episodes like City on the Edge Forever and Charlie X and the Doomsday Machine. So yeah. Trek has always been around.
Happy Star Trek Day, everybody. Earl Green here, host of Mission Log Genealogy. What was the first Star Trek episode I watched? Well, I'm old enough that it would have been a rerun of the original series, and I really can't remember which one it is. Although I'm thinking it might have been that troubled teenager Charlie X, or maybe that's just one of my favorites. What I do remember is that a few years later, Star Trek The Next Generation gave troubled teenage me a moral compass to aspire to at an age when I really wasn't getting that from the adults around me. And even back then, fandom reminded me I wasn't alone. In fact, this is my really old comm badge that I used to carry around with me everywhere. True story. Sometimes we all need that reminder, and sometimes we all need that support. Gene Roddenberry's creations changed my life. And every week on Genealogy, we look at his pre-Star Trek writing and find that in a lot of ways, he was doing this all along without spaceships, back when it was westerns and cop shows and military shows. And he was getting away with it back then too. So we hope you'll join us, and in the meantime, hope you have a very happy Star Trek Day.
Hey
Hey everybody, Charlene Schmidt here, co-host of Mission Log Prodigy, wishing you all a wonderful Star Trek day. My journey into Star Trek was a gradual process, so I don't remember the very first episode that I watched. I caught little bits and pieces as my dad was watching reruns of the original series. This was about the time that Next Generation debuted, and so those episodes also came into the mix. But by the time I was 10, I was hooked. I was getting my hands on everything I possibly could, from the Klingon dictionary to the VHS copies of all the movies. The impact that Star Trek has had on my life has been profound. First and foremost, it's been the connector for me and my dad. It's what we bonded over way back then and has lived on to this day, and I could not be more grateful for that. But most of the things that I do today are somehow connected to Star Trek, like podcasting. Like a lot of the friends that I have somehow is related to being in the Star Trek community. So I'm extraordinarily grateful for Star Trek, for Gene Roddenberry for having a vision, and for all of you out there who make this so much fun.
Hey everybody, Mike Richards, host of Mission Log the Orville on the Roddenberry Podcast Network, here to wish you a happy Star Trek Day. On the 58th anniversary of the first airing of the original series, just takes me back to my living room and my older brother explaining the science, the technology, the exploration happening in each show as we watched it every night at 6 o'clock on WPIX Channel 11 in New York, and it just had so many impacts, so many positive influences that led directly to career choices that I've made and where I've ended up now.
Hey everyone, happy Star Trek Day. This is Holly Amos. I'm occasionally the host of Mission Log and Mission Log Live. I hope everybody's having a great Star Trek Day. I actually don't remember the first time I watched Star Trek, if you can believe it. I was born about 16 months before The Next Generation premiered, and my parents, having been fans of the original series, essentially exposed me to Star Trek before I was even aware. What's interesting though is that when I started watching the show of my own volition after its first airing, I realized that there was a whole bunch of stuff that I hadn't seen, namely the teasers, because I would join my dad, realize that he had it on, to watch it when I heard the iconic music of the intro. So it was really interesting to watch it a second time and realize that I had missed all of these scenes before the intros. So I think I really latched on to characters like Data. You could argue that he learned like a child, and me being an actual child when the show was airing, I really felt I could see myself in him, and I really just feel like the hope for the future that Star Trek did then and continues to do now, that it presents to us, really gives me hope for our planet and humanity, and I hope it continues.
Hi everybody, I'm Jessica Lynn Verdi. I'm co-host of Mission Log the Orville. If you're not familiar with what the Orville is, that's the Seth MacFarlane Star Trek-esque show. Roddenberry thought it would be a great idea to do a Mission Log-esque type show about that. So that's what me and my co-host Mike Richards do. For as long as I can remember, or however, whenever they started airing 1 a.m. showings of original series, I have been watching since then. I can remember probably being maximum 10 years old. I can picture myself on the couch with my dad, sometimes my younger brother, and we would be chowing down on chips, on ice cream waffle sandwiches, and watching Kirk, Spock, and my favorite character of all time besides Badgie, the Doctor. I love Bones so much. So as far as I can remember, Star Trek has been part of my world. I have to share with you this very sweet memory. One of my best friends recently had a little girl, and her father is a Trekkie since the beginning, was there when the first episode aired. And this baby, I kid you not, was not even a week old, and her grandpa was holding her and showing her original series Star Trek and saying, well, that's my captain, and I can't wait to find out who yours is going to be. So anyway, I just wanted to share that lovely, very sweet story, because she won't remember when her first Star Trek happened, but she'll be a Trekkie for life, I'm sure.
Hi, I'm Ashley Thomas, host of Mission Log Genealogy. Happy Star Trek Day. Now, my first experience with Star Trek was seeing the 2009 film. That sounds crazy, right? I've been a lifelong sci-fi fan, and yet somehow Star Trek had managed to elude me. I'd never watched an episode or a movie. Now, when we were dating, my husband took me to see the 2009 movie, and I asked him, honey, am I going to understand this? I've never watched Star Trek before at all, and he's like, nah, you're fine. It's a reboot. No big deal. He'd already seen it once already. Now, I watched it, and as soon as the credits rolled, I turned to him and said, that was awesome! I was absolutely in love with Star Trek at that point. I got home and I kid you not, I immediately pushed play on episode 1 of Star Trek the original series. By 2015, I'd watched every single Star Trek series and film. By 2020, I started reviewing Star Trek on fangirlish.com. By 2021, I was writing for another Roddenberry podcast, Sci-Fi 5. And now in 2024, it's my job to talk about Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry. Star Trek upended my life in the best way possible. I have made so many friends in the Star Trek fandom. I've been lucky enough to interview and meet Star Trek actors, writers, producers. And now writing, thinking, and podcasting about Star Trek is literally my job. My life would be totally different had I not seen that Star Trek 2009 film and started watching Star Trek. I believe that art should make you want to be a better human, and I want to be a better human when I watch Star Trek.
Hi, I'm Heather Ray Barker, co-host of Mission Log Live's coverage of Strange New Worlds. I'm so excited to wish you a happy Star Trek Day. My Star Trek story started off watching Enterprise and Nemesis in theaters, but it wasn't until 2009 when the reboot films reached out from the screen and lit a fire in my Trekkie heart. That encouraged me to go to my first Star Trek convention at Star Trek Las Vegas in 2009, and since then I've been meeting new fans and growing my found family over a shared love of Star Trek and its ideals. That's what led me here to Mission Log. I hope our community continues to inspire the same journey for other fans in this great galaxy where we all have space to thrive.
Happy Star Trek Day, everyone. I'm Norman Lau, co-host of Mission Log, a Roddenberry Star Trek podcast. Recently, I was asked, what is my favorite or most fondest Star Trek memory? And I have to say, I have a lot of them, but probably my fondest memory was when my dad took me to go see Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan when I was 10 years old. It was a great bonding moment for my dad and myself. I mean, I loved Star Trek before then, but I mean, I've loved Star Trek ever since. I think you all know that. What do I love most about Star Trek, though? I mean, it has endured for 50 plus years, almost 6 decades. And I think that it's about what we've learned in terms of tolerance, acceptance, and understanding that the further and further we get towards the Star Trek future, the more and more we have to understand that the only way we're going to get to that future is to make sure that we respect each other and give each other the opportunity to become who we are supposed to be and accept the diversity that Gene Roddenberry has always put at the forefront of Star Trek. So that's the way that I see all of us moving forward. We all have our favorite shows, we all have our favorite series, but at the end of the day, it all starts on today, September 8th, 1966, with The Man Trap and launching Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future. So enjoy your day, happy Star Trek Day, and remember, live logs and proper.
Live long and prosper.
Happy Star Trek Day. Engage.
I wish you a happy Star Trek Day, and may you continue to live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper.
May Star Trek continue to live long and prosper, and may you continue to live long and prosper.
I look forward to another 58 years watching the show with all of you, and I hope that we all live long and prosper and engage Quantum Drive.
Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing your stories. So be sure to tag us at Roddenberry Podcasts on Instagram. Share with us your first Star Trek memory. And as always, like John said, live long and prosper. I did it.
I think we did it. I am now unmuting you. Oh, wait.
Oh
there
my
you
God.
go.
I know we have to jump right to the next thing, but I haven't watched that since last year, and that made me so happy. It's like this is your life. And that's my friends, and I have these bonds with each and every one of those people, and thank you. Thank you.
So even though we do have to jump to the next thing, basically we can do whatever we want.
You're the producer, yes.
This is a really great opportunity to say that just like Rod, the way you share your opportunities and keep people in mind and create community, I don't think Mission Log would be what it is without you. I don't think we would all be friends and wanting to share Star Trek if it wasn't for you. And not very many people do this thing where they're like, hey, I got this really cool thing. You want to join? Most people are like, I only want this thing and it's my precious. And it is one of my favorite qualities of you.
Thank you. That was really, look, you made me speechless.
All those people are there because of you, John. It's a beautiful thing.
Thank you. That was absolutely lovely to watch. Now we got to do a thing.
We'll do it. It's all good. It's all the same vibe, right? Kind of. Actually, so as I've kind of been talking about it, I'm really proud of it. And John's been a big part of why this is finally launched. We have a brand new YouTube channel.
Hell yeah, we do. Yes.
So you may notice if you have followed us on YouTube that what was Roddenberry Entertainment is now the Mission Log Podcast YouTube. So that's where all of our long form type content is going to live. We have so many more things coming up for that channel. So make sure you're subscribed while you're sitting here. Make sure you like the stream if you haven't already, wherever you're watching us. And we knew that we needed to do a little bit more to stake our claim in this Star Trek world and the short form content world. So we created a new channel called Beam. And we launched with our first video today, which is called Ranking with Roddenberry. I don't think
starring.
There's so many. I want to say 5-year-old Jessica's really happy about how much I'm on camera right now, but adult Jessica's like, come on, So this is starring me, yes, but more importantly, this is the new venture of Roddenberry. Enjoy our first episode ever of Ranking with Roddenberry, and we'll see you right after.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's do it.
A fan of Star Trek in any way? We can reasonably assume you've been influenced by the show's inspirational storytelling and beloved crew. Well, people aren't the only things that can be inspired by Trek. It turns out fictional characters have also joined the landing party.
Ranking with Roddenberry.
Hello and welcome to Ranking with Roddenberry. I'm Jessica Lynn Verdi. This is a brand new YouTube series from Roddenberry Entertainment where we divvy out Starfleet rankings from ensign to admiral. And today, we're spotlighting 5 times a fictional character was influenced by Star Trek. So let's get into it.
Paul Kinsey from Mad Men.
In Mad Men Season 5, Paul Kinsey, the most, let's just say, open-minded of the copywriters, writes a Star Trek spec script called The Negron Complex, an episode where white people are enslaved by black people.
Are you kidding me?
While we appreciate the intention and love Kinsey's acknowledgement that at its best, Star Trek tackles important issues, we're not sure that this was his best idea. Not to mention, apparently, it was just a bad script.
It's really bad.
And Kinsey's former boss, Harry, agrees and doesn't pitch it to NBC.
That's a twist.
Despite that, this plot line illustrates the clumsy way in which many white allies struggled to grasp the complexities of systemic racism in America during the 1960s. And while we'd argue that Star Trek executed it so much better in episodes like Let This Be Your Last Battlefield, we do think it's admirable that Paul wanted to put an anti-racist story into the world, especially at a time when the general cultural norm was to avoid talking about such things. We're gonna give this one ensign. Paul hasn't been a regular on the series for quite some time, and after this episode, we don't see him again. So his Star Trek influence doesn't have a lasting impression on the series, but his counterculture ways still earns a ranking.
Josh Lyman from The West Wing.
In an episode of The West Wing, Josh, the White House deputy chief, spots a White House staffer wearing a Star Trek pin and orders for it to be taken off. The staffer, Janice, pushes back. She explains that Star Trek stands for
Honor and loyalty and civic duty, and the fact that you don't think that those are characteristics that should be displayed inside the White House is sad.
After it seems like Josh has been thoroughly schooled, he explains his reasoning, admitting in the process that he's a Star Trek fan too.
I'm a fan.
The difference between them, however, is he doesn't wear his fandom on his lapel, figuratively or literally.
Here's what I don't do. Tell me if any of this sounds familiar. Let's list our 10 favorite episodes.
What's wrong with ranking things, Josh? Anyway, there's Star Trek influence in the characters and in the writing. Like Star Trek often does, this dilemma in The West Wing presents two opposing ideas and allows its characters to wrestle with the choices psychologically. We love knowing that Josh is a Trekkie, and that's why this makes our list. However, we can only rank this ensign because this is the first and last time we ever hear about it. Come on, Josh, just let your freak flag fly.
Except on Star Trek holidays.
Danielle Poole from For All Mankind.
Danielle Poole, a NASA astronaut, the first woman to step on Mars, and an all-around badass. And if the Mars bit wasn't a dead giveaway, a fictional character from the Apple Plus TV series For All Mankind. During liftoff, she pointedly quotes Captain Kirk word for word from his speech in A Taste of Armageddon.
We're human beings, with the blood of 1,000,000 savage years in our hands. But we can stop it.
We can admit that we're killers, but we're not going to kill
today. That's all it takes. Knowing that we're not going to kill today.
In this moment, we learn just how much Star Trek has shaped Danielle's worldview. It's not just anyone that can recite a Kirk quote perfectly, and no, Han does not count. What's more, Danielle later shares that she has every intention of making her granddaughter a Trekkie. Now that's one lucky kid. We're ranking this one Lieutenant Commander because it's a perfect nod to how Star Trek has influenced real-life astronauts to reach for the stars, both in our world and in alternate timelines.
Young Sheldon.
Star Trek and the gang in The Big Bang Theory go together like Bajorans and the Prophets, with Sheldon Cooper being the biggest fan of them all.
It's only logical.
And thanks to the spin-off series Young Sheldon, we have the opportunity to see just how formative the franchise was for him. Throughout the entire series of Young Sheldon, Star Trek is either being watched, taped over, or cosplayed. But perhaps the most poignant moment for Young Sheldon was the time he insisted on attending a birthday party in full Mr. Spock cosplay. Oh, and his persona, of course. What might have resulted in social ridicule instead earns him acceptance from the birthday boy.
It's a multifunctional handheld device used for scanning and analysis.
Cool. Who willingly ends up playing Sheldon's ensign. The logical mind of Mr. Spock helped Sheldon, both young and old, understand himself better and socialize more comfortably. So even though Sheldon's blood doesn't run green, this Star Trek influence earns a commander ranking, just like Spock himself. Because what's more Star Trek than bridging the gaps between understanding and the self?
Fascinating.
We sure hope you're enjoying this list so far, but before we get to the final ranking, take a moment to hit like, subscribe, and ring the bell if you want to be notified when another video comes out.
Riri Williams from Ironheart.
In Ironheart, the 2025 Disney Plus series, Star Trek isn't just referenced, it's woven into the DNA of the series. Riri Williams, aka Ironheart, isn't just a Marvel hero, she's also a Trekkie. It all starts in episode 2, when Xavier, Riri's classmate, sometimes rival, sometimes something more, makes a Star Wars joke.
I'm waiting many moons to hear you admit defeat, young Padawan.
Riri takes this opportunity to let us know and remind Xavier you're supposed to be Star Trek ride or die.
You know, Trekkies for life, but be your own people.
In a heartfelt scene from episode 4, Xavier compares Riri to Spock.
Spock.
And when she pushes back, saying she sees herself more as an Uhura, he stands his ground, showing Riri that he knows her and Star Trek too well to be wrong. After a falling out, in episode 5, she writes Xavier a note with the TOS-era Starfleet Delta drawn on the envelope. He shows up at her garage with coffee, calls her captain, and to top it all off, the name on the cup, James Tiberius. He was particularly moved by the Wrath of Khan quote she used to smooth things over. Of all the souls I've encountered on my travels, hers was the most
human.
The Star Trek inspiration in Ironheart is synonymous with the storytelling, just like it was in the original comic. Unsurprisingly, Ironheart creator Chinaka Hodge is one of us. She's a self-proclaimed Trekkie for life, just like Riri. The Star Trek influence in Ironheart really deepens the storytelling, and that's why we rank it Admiral. Riri doesn't just reference Star Trek, she lives by it. From quoting Wrath of Khan to identifying with Uhura, Trek shapes how she sees herself and the world around her. That's not just fandom. That's character. Well, there you have it. 5 fictional characters that have been influenced by Star Trek, much in the same way we have been. Let us know how you've been shaped by Star Trek by leaving your thoughts in the comments. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time, make it so.
Oh my God. It's so good. Unmute, unmute, unmute.
I do it every time. Every
Look,
time.
it's your first day. I know. I know.
On planet Earth, yes.
That you are getting so much well-deserved love from our audience. That absolutely is killer. For those who don't know, it has been, if I may quote the opening of Enterprise, it's been a long road getting from there to here, where we are now.
It's been a long road.
It's been a long road. Sorry, that's coming soon. I'm going to do the whole damn song when we get to Enterprise. It's fantastic. It has taken a long time to shape all the ideas that landed there, and you knocked it so far out of the park. It's fantastic. It's amazing. I look forward to so much more. And, you know, I said something earlier about what shaped Mission Log and what shaped the podcasts that we do. And I take this very seriously, which is that Rod said that he wanted everything that we do to exist right alongside Star Trek itself. So the shows are out there. You can go get them, you know, watch them on streaming or DVD or whatever. But whatever we pump out from Roddenberry Entertainment it's right up there on the shelf with it. So 10 years from now, 50 years from now, whatever, you can watch an episode of Star Trek and you can listen to an episode of Mission Log. Or if you want the deep dive, you go to the Trek Files. Or now, if you want this sort of cultural shaping of Star Trek's influence, now you've got something like Ranking with Roddenberry. And it's fun, which is
fun.
Key.
But I think you're right. We have our finger on the pulse. And it really was a long road, and I'm really proud of how it came out, but it also was such a wonderful collaboration process that helped it be really wonderful. And just as you guys know, do me a favor. Yes, please head over to Beam and like and subscribe. Rewatch the video if you want. Share it. But know that we'll have a new video every 2 weeks until we start getting things really out and pumping. And then we're going to have a very special series with John. So
some other ideas in the works. We
got some stuff coming. I got too warm. I think I was embarrassed. I had to take it off. And it's about to get worse because there's another thing I'm in. But I think it's because you know what? You should always work with people who truly appreciate you. And that's how I feel. So
that's how you feel about yourself.
I think I really appreciate it. If I didn't, who would, John? No, that about does it for Mission Log. As well, just for right now, there are so many cool things happening though.
Yeah,
John,
but tonight, very important. Join us tonight, youtube.com/Roddenberry Entertainment. That'll still take you over to the Mission Log podcast live stream, 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern. Ashley and I will be talking about Strange New Worlds Terrarium. Oh, we are in the home stretch here for the end of season 3. There is so much to say, but most importantly, it's not about what I have to say. It's not about what Ashley has to say, though she has thoughts. It's about what you say. It's about our audience calling in and chatting with us live so we can share that to the world and engage in a little Trek chatter tonight. So I hope we see you there. And Mission Log, of course, we're in the home stretch of Voyager's final season. So join us there. Pick them all up at podcast.roddenberry.com.
That's exactly right. And you'll hear more call to actions later, like join our Patreon, join our Discord. We got a lot of fun things coming up, and we truly can't do it without you guys. So thank you so much for joining us for that. And now, as you know, John, we've been reliving and rewatching some of the Quoting Gene Roddenberry videos we have. And we got one from Whoopi. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I believe in humanity. We are an incredible species. We're still just a child creature. We're still being nasty to each other, and all children go through those phases. We're growing up. We're moving into adolescence now. And when we grow up, man, we're gonna be something.
Now, John, you and I have been friends for a while.
Yes.
And it wasn't until my first or second STLV when we were doing panels about the quotes did I realize how philosophical you are.
I'll narrow that down to just a little slice of philosophy right now.
Let's do it.
The thing that I really appreciate about that Gene Roddenberry quote is something that I think that we have lost sight of right now. And there's a number of factors, political, social, etc. But there's something about Gene, whether it was in 1964 coming up with Star Trek or in the 80s reinventing it for Next Gen, that we get to listen to his words, we get to look at the ideas that he had and said, now is the time to think about the future. And a lot of our science fiction right now, a lot of our popular entertainment right now is so rooted in the here and now, and it is a reflection of the problems that we have. It's a reflection of maybe the dystopia that we're feeling. But here was Gene thinking way outside of the box, thinking about what the future could actually look like. And not a lot of our popular entertainment does that today. And maybe that's why I feel so close to TOS and Next Gen in this very comforting period of the 24th century that we've been looking at.
Cozy, you wrap up in a blanket. Yep.
It's cozy, but it also makes you think, well, wait a minute. I can actually spare a second to think about the impact that I might have 5 or 10 or 50 or 100 years from now. And, that's what Star Trek's all about.
It
really
blew me
is.
away when we had our Roddenberry meeting that we are sitting here 60 years later carrying on a legacy, and there will be people 60 years from now doing the same thing.
Yeah. It pains me that there's not a lot of that forward-thinking sci-fi and speculative fiction out there right now.
Yes.
Now is the best time for it. So let's appreciate the Trek that we've got. Let's keep those conversations going about the real world relevance that those science fiction stories have. I think that will only serve us better as individuals and as a species.
John, it is a pleasure to work with and for you. And
likewise, my friend.
Folks who know about Mission Log can check out all that stuff, like you said, at Roddenberry Podcasts. And we're going to see John tonight for Mission Log Live here if you're watching us on this YouTube channel. And John, have a great rest of your Star Trek day.
You too. Thank you. LLNP, my dear friend. Oh, yeah, come on. You can do it. I believe in you. There you go.
It's so hard.
You got
This is on the left hand.
Right there, and right there.
I can't. I will not be cast as a Vulcan is what's going to happen.
Everybody.
Bye.
Right, bye.
Okay, so here's the thing. I was asked to do this amazing interview last year, and it was so special that I was asked. And the person who's making this stream happen more than me is Claire Kramer, who's behind the scenes, really getting all this special Star Trek Day stuff for you guys. And she asked me, and to my honor, I got to interview a cosmonaut on First Contact Day. So yes, it's another video of Jessica, but what's more important is this cosmonaut talking about Star Trek future. And I hope you enjoy. We're going to watch this. And then after, we have another very special screening, a couple more special guests, a couple more quotes, and we are enjoying so much your thoughts in the chat. Thank you so much. And now enjoy a conversation with cosmonaut Sasha Mazurkin. Enjoy. Hello, everyone. I'm Jessica Lynn Verdi. Happy First Contact Day. I have my first contact ever with someone who's been in space. I get to talk to a real live cosmonaut, Sasha Mazurkin. Nice to meet you, Sasha.
Hello, Jessica. Hello, everyone. Very nice to meet you.
This must be a very cool day for you since you have been in space. I have loved space since I was a kid. I could talk to you about at every experience you went through, from training to what it was like up there. But today we're going to focus on First Contact. So you have to help me stay focused on that. Can you help me do that?
I will try.
Okay, great. Well, so what I wanted to talk to you about first is, because you've been to space, it would be really interesting to understand First Contact from your perspective. Is this something you guys talk about when you are working? Like, is this like, do you have friends that you text about First Contact? Have you put thought into this before?
Jessica, I have to say, true, we never talk about it in space.
Really? Is it because you're scared though, Sasha?
No, it's it's actually the first time when people ask me such type of question, and it's interesting for me to think about why we even didn't think about that. But what I'm sure know that the biggest window faces to the Earth, which is a cupola on the board of the International Space Station.
Oh,
It's
sure.
an amazing place, and every evening I spend there at least 5-10 minutes just for watching our planet. And every time I did it, one of the ideas which came to my mind was, is it only one such type of planet and civilization on the whole the world, on the whole universe, or there are a lot of different, maybe close to us, looks similar or some kind of different. I thought about it a lot of times. It's true.
It's kind of hard not to when you think about how big the universe is and then how special we are. But your perspective puts it into it makes you realize how small it is too. It must. So you get philosophical when you're in the space station.
Yes, definitely. From one hand, I thought that everything what we know about space, it doesn't support biological life like we know it. But somehow, when everything say no, but still this biological life appears, it's like a miracle from my point of view.
Well, totally. That it all perfect, that our cells work together, that we're breathing air. I'm on a giant international space station. We're on Earth. When you look at it that way, it is kind of a miracle. So I wanted to ask, what do you think? So I guess maybe the answer is no, but I still have to ask. Do you think we'll see first contact in our lifetime? Do you think that's possible? Or do you think it could happen at any time?
I believe that it would be possible when, but I think that we need grow up a little bit more to do that.
So you kind of ascribe to the Star Trek idea that we need to evolve, get at least warp capability, and then the Vulcans will recognize us.
Yes, definitely true.
I love that. So what kind of society do you think would be interested in making that first contact? Do you have any thoughts on that?
What kind of society would be interested?
So if we take your idea of, okay, maybe there are other planets like ours, somewhat different, and we're looking at the positive, we don't want to think about the end world scenario of first contact. Yeah. Someone who's interested in making contact with us, what do you think? Why do you think they want us to grow up?
It's a great question, and a very philosophical question, Jessica, because I absolutely agree with the science fiction famous author Isaac Asimov, who told even in the previous century, he said that the biggest sadness of our day is that scientists getting knowledge much faster than society get wisdom.
Wow.
And, yes, and from my perspective, we had extremely fast technological speed and speed of growing.
Advancements, yeah.
Yes. But we not go far from psychological of people group, like from our thousand years, how to say, grandfather, mother who lives 1,000 years ago. And it's
so we're still adolescents, like where we fight each other, or we haven't matured, but our phones and our ability to go to space has taken us so quickly.
Yes, Jessica. So that is why I believe we should be should grow up with our wisdom to use all our powerful in another way.
You know, I'm scared to ask, but I want to. What do you think it will take for us to gain the wisdom? Because I would love to meet a society from the outer space, and I want to mature. So do you have an idea for how we can as a society? Maybe too heavy of a question?
Yes, it's a really heavy question, but I'm sure that there is only there are only two possibilities for us. Or we will find the way how to become a wisdom enough to have
wisdom to grow up, to have enough wisdom.
Yes, or another one, we will definitely destroy ourselves. So I want we go and choose the first one.
I would love that. And you know, I honestly think us, like even us talking on two different continents and from two different countries, that's one way to start it, and getting to share your experience. I'm sure you've had so many amazing experiences. I really hope we get a chance to talk again. Because unfortunately we have to talk all about First Contact Day, which is today. So what do you think, let's say we've matured enough, we're ready for First Contact. What do you think the positive effects First Contact will have on our society or our world?
Talking, of course, our position now, my mind, for example, my vision and the vision of that humans who will do this first contact, it's huge distance between us. But still,
I understand that. I totally understand that.
But still, I believe that there are a lot of unknown things in our universe, and getting together with another civilization, we become more stable, and we will able to support each other in this new, let's say, new world and new cooperation, because we still don't know what is it, dark materia or dark energy, how it will affect us. We don't know, but together we become more powerful to go and to live in this universe.
That's a really interesting point you bring up that I want to talk about for a second. There's so much we don't know about the universe, and my guess is space interested you from a young age. Is that true?
Yeah, I decided to become a cosmonaut. Maybe not everyone knows that Russian name cosmonaut, it's the same like astronaut, just different name. So I decided to become a cosmonaut when I realized that it's impossible to become a Jedi.
That is good to know. I always thought I was going to be a Sith Lord, so we would be opposed, but that is beautiful. So my question is, well, I think I lost the question because you totally distracted me about Star Wars now, which is fine.
Sorry.
No, it's great because you're total, like, we're just humans, and then we're trying to get these answers. Do you feel like, having gone to space, do you feel like we dream about First Contact because we want to better understand ourselves and our lives? Do you think having information about dark matter will help us answer these questions that we feel will never have answers?
Oh, Jessica, such a nice question. I don't know, will the First Contact help us with that, but I'm sure that I felt that we flew to space and expand our world.
Right.
It's definitely help us to know each us better. It's really right direction of thinking, I believe.
Yeah. I think we all want to know ourselves better, and we all have a sense of identity. And when we can understand that we are just people on Earth trying to do our best and have a bigger picture, that could also help us live happier. I have a question, a couple more questions for you. If you were the human that was elected to meet with the First Contact team, what would you want to say to them?
Welcome in peace and friendship. With peace and friendship.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure they could translate Russian, so you don't have to say it in English. They have universal translators. Actually, please do say it for us in Russian. I'd love to hear it.
Добро пожаловать с миром и дружбой.
Beautiful. Then would you offer them some Smirnoff, or do you drink?
Sorry.
Would you give them Smirnoff, some vodka, or?
Actually, I prefer different drinks, not vodka, and we still don't allow to bring alcohol to space.
It makes a lot of sense. You don't. That's not a healthy element. All right. I think I have one more question for you, Sasha. This has been so delightful for me. If you can't tell, I'm so excited. Do you think the entire Earth will one day be the society making first contact? Do you want to see that for us?
For sure. I wish to see it for us. Because it means that we grew enough, and at least it means that I will live for a very long time else.
I would love that. So yeah, your memory, the idea of you going to space, our legacy. Let me ask you one more question. What do you think we can do today to celebrate first contact? Is there something that if we meet a stranger, we could say, or what's the influence first contact can have on us today positively?
Oh, Jessica, it's a great point of direction for thinking, and I believe we just need to think what kind of we should be to be prepared for this first contact. As I mentioned before, we should be very friendly and ready to support everyone around us. So with such type of thinking, we make one more step to be ready for the first contact.
That is a beautifully well put idea and something I'm going to take into my whole day. I know you're in a different time zone. Hopefully you'll have lovely, friendly dreams. Sasha, this was my pleasure to talk to you, and I hope we get to talk again soon.
Thank you, Jessica, so much. Very nice to meet you. And,
nice to meet you. Happy First Contact Day.
Happy First Contact Day.
I mute my mic every time, you guys. I'm so sorry. I was just going to say that every time Sasha would answer, before he answered the question, going, Jessica, it's so sweet. He was such a nice, gentle, loving soul. And it was my distinct honor to interview him. And I did not know that Smirnoff was an American brand. And he was very generous about that. Anyway, we're moving right along. We got another Quoting Gene Roddenberry, a very special one. And I get to introduce somebody that I just love, who also has some cool stuff to show you. We're bringing on Kelsey Goldberg. Hello. Oh, you don't have any sound, but I'm going to vamp while you figure it out to make sure the right mic is being used, because you're not muted. I will say we look like sisters right now, and I hope it's a compliment to me more than it is to you.
No, it's a compliment to both of us. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we did it.
Okay, good. All right, I figured out. When you work in sci-fi and you can't figure out a basic thing like turning your mic on.
Okay, so actually, when Mike Richards and I got to interview Seth MacFarlane for one of our episodes, he said, don't become famous because you won't know how to use technology. So I think it's cool. Like, you don't need to know how to do some things when you're a certain level.
I bike to work most days. I'm not at that level.
I didn't realize you bike to work.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You're living the Star Trek future already.
Oh man, I wish.
I mean, we really do. And I think that's something that us here at Roddenberry, like, we couldn't want it more than anybody else. Like, it's so cool to see people on the internet going, we want the Star Trek future. You guys, we want it so bad.
Yeah, yes, we are right with you. And it's really nice to, even when I'm not looking at Star Trek stuff, when I'm like doom scrolling and watching the news, inevitably in every comment section there's someone being like, if we do this differently and do it like Star Trek, we will get that. And I'm like, yes, it's everywhere. Just that like hope and optimism. It's great.
Oh, so it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to work for that kind of optimism too. It doesn't mean we don't have our like tough days and stuff.
I joke all the time that like I am not an optimistic person by nature. I mean, I believe humans can be great. I'm like I want to like stare. Yeah, I want to stare at the scourge and try to figure out how I can help fix it. But that can make you really like sad and depressed all the time. And I'll come in with these fun facts that are not fun at all. And I joke that like the best thing for me as a person is to like my job to be to spend all day imagining good, wonderful, better things.
Wow. I mean, you found yourself in the perfect place to do that then. And actually, it does deserve mentioning that you helped make the Ranking with Roddenberry video that we just debuted even better. And you imbued it with so much of your intelligence. I had to learn the hard way that I don't know everything. And it's so much better when I listen to people like you that know things.
You know what, to give you credit though, it did not seem like you were learning the hard way. You were so collaborative. It was such a joy to get like be the small, and also like, let's be clear, like I got the easy job of like watching, like, that's great. I think we could do this slightly differently.
Well, I'll give myself the compliment of I learned it a while ago, because now you guys are getting the version of Jessica who was like, we're so much better together. But like 10 years ago, I was like, I'll be the director, I'll be the editor and the actor. And life doesn't work that way. And it's so much better collaboratively.
I was going to say part of the fun of the arts is the collaborative nature, in my opinion, or at least for me.
Yeah. And there are individual arts that like really enjoy it, but it's still for someone to see it. So we're going to jump ahead because we have some stuff to talk about that you are specifically involved in, not just making it better, but like it's your baby. But before we do that, we have another Gene Roddenberry quote. Are you ready for this one?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to enjoy Jonathan Frakes' quote.
We believe that the often ridiculed mass audience is sick of this world's petty nationalism and its old ways and old hatreds, and that people are not only willing, but anxious to think beyond those petty beliefs that have kept humanity divided.
Ooh, this is a tough one. Hold on.
This is a good one.
So I think this is actually a perfect quote for you to be talking on, because it's
kind
of what you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people in the audience know Eugene Debs. He was like a independent presidential candidate in the 1920s. He was a socialist, but he ran for president like while in jail for sedition. And he has a quote about how like the bodies that furnish the bodies that become the corpse. I'm completely butchering it. It's a beautiful quote. Google it. But he basically talks about like all the people, like the soldiers, the people we sent to war, the people who are going to die, the parents who are going to have their child come back in a box on both sides are never the ones who get to participate in the declaring of war. And I think this recognition from Gene that the grandiose political machinations are not necessarily reflective of the will of the people, and that like if you look at the masses and you're not trying to stir them up, right? Like if you're not using buzzwords and trying to with all this like partisan stuff, most people just want a good life for themselves and their loved ones and want to extend that to other people. And I like that he recognized that.
This is something I it's impossible to yell at the internet about it, right? But I think it's nice that we have the opportunity to tell people that are watching us now. I really try to do my best when I see something that makes me upset. I try to look at my interactions that day in public and go, I had nice interactions with most humans outside, and everyone's just really trying to do their best. And basically restating everything you just said. It's bad out there. I totally get it. And it's stressful and it's sad and it's hard. But everyone's doing their best.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, look, there are people out there with like bad intentions and all that stuff.
Sure.
And there are definitely some people, like, I'm not like the hug the Klansman, right? Like, there are definitely some people who are ideologically unreachable, but most people are not like that. And especially, I'd be so curious to know what Gene thought about like the current situation, because there's been certainly certain political events that have come up, and I've seen like friends of mine post something that was like really antithetical to how I understood their heart. And when I dug in with them, their algorithm is feeding them entirely different information. So I'd bring up a point and be like, how can you be opposed to this? And they'd either have never heard it, or people claiming that was fake got to them first. And I'm like, we're living in two different realities. Like, goodness is almost irrelevant at this point, because
we're not playing on the same field. I'm so sorry to cut you off. I was just saying we're not playing on the same field.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all.
Oh,
or
so
like,
tough.
and in some cases, not even the same sport.
Not the same sport. It is funny coming into a stream of like nerds talking about sports too. But actually,
to be fair, that word right there is like the extent of my knowledge.
I love that.
I just gave you all I have.
Sports. Well, now let's again. We could actually talk the whole time, and I'm running the stream. Might as well. But I do really want to get to does it fly?
Yes, I would like that too, please.
So tell us. You take the floor. Tell us what's up.
Okay, so this is a podcast that was very much inspired by Gene. When Gene was working to build and design the Enterprise, when he was first presented with the like original sketches, he kind of looked at it and he was like, okay, but like, does this fly? And I don't know exactly what the response was, but I have to imagine it was something like, no, it's a spaceship. Those aren't real. And he's like, no, but like, does it fly? Does it follow flight logic? Does it follow the logic of planes and all of that kind of stuff? And when he was designing all of this technology for Star Trek, he coordinated a lot with scientists at JPL, and he really looked in to see if the science fiction he was creating could be tethered to real science, and just like advanced, just like the characters he was portraying are tethered to real humans. It's just us evolved. And so we kind of took that concept and the fact that like fans love to deep dive into their favorite fandom, and like it's the best example of like what critical support is, because they'll be like, I love this should be different, but I still love it.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So we took that concept and we decided to look at sometimes Star Trek, like the episode we're about to show, but also like other franchises, and ask the question, does this particular conceit fly? So we've done everything from the transporter, which if I don't want to take your job, Jessica, but like we're at the show.
You're not taking my job. You're making it so much easier right now.
We've done the Death Star. We've done White Walkers. We've done the face swapping in Game of Thrones. We've even done we did for Wicked, we did kind of Baby Be Born Green, like that kind of stuff. We did True Love's Kiss. I kind of, as one of the producers of it, get really excited to try to stump our hosts, who are Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi. He is an astrophysicist. He has like 1 million degrees. He's on the board of like a bunch of different science education places, he's impressive science organizations he's the head of. And he's done a lot of science communication. So you might recognize him from your TV. I can't remember if it's ABC or NBC, but he does a lot of their science communication, and he's done shows with National Geographic. And then, so he is our scientist who talks about, is this scientifically plausible? Why or why not? And if why not, how close are we? What would have to be different? Those kinds of questions. And then we've got Tamara Krinsky, who is our pop culture expert. She's amazing. She's an Emmy award-winning writer. She's also an actress who, fun fact, got her SAG card on a Star Trek film.
You're kidding me.
No.
That is so cute.
Yeah, I know. It's so full circle. And she looks at this and she goes, does this device or creature or whatever we're looking at, does it follow the internal logic of the show or movie? Why or why not? Does it further plot character? Like, how is it used as a story device? Does it fly from a story perspective? And then the last section, we're just sort of talking about the vibe. Sometimes it's as simple as it doesn't fly for the science, it doesn't fly for the story, but it's so cool, we don't care. We decide it flies for the vibe. Sometimes it's a question of like, would you want this in real life? Like dragons and How to Train Your Dragon are really cool, but would you actually want to live in a world where people have fire-breathing pets? Like why, that kind of stuff. And so it's sort of just that fun.
But maybe.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. So yeah, so it's a really fun podcast. I'm really, really proud of it. Both like as Roddenberry, but also like as on a personal level, I'm very, very proud of this. Our hosts are amazing. The production team is fantastic, and I'm really excited for everyone to see it.
I'm so excited for everyone to see it too. And you can see it on Den of Geek, but you can also see it on its own YouTube channel, which I did just post in the chat, but it will be coming up periodically. We are going to watch the pilot episode, which is also about Star Trek. What is this episode about?
This is the science behind the transporter, but listen very carefully because there's a lot of Star Trek episodes, so we did confine it. We did define,
which transporter are we talking about? And
I think we will all find out together because this podcast has been on for 2 years. But yes, with everything, especially the bigger the franchises, we do like to define which specifically we're talking about.
That makes a lot of sense. And I expect nothing less from a scientist brain too. So folks, we hope you enjoyed. Kelsey, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, it's my pleasure.
And
happy Star Trek Day, everyone.
Day, and enjoy Does It Fly?
3, 2, 1, punch it. Could you jump to light speed in that tin can? Go back in time in the DeLorean. Will it crash or take to the sky? Tell me, smart guy, does it fly?
Welcome to Does It Fly? The podcast that puts your favorite sci-fi properties, inventions, and conceits to the test. I'm your mad scientist, Hakeem Oluseyi.
And I'm your pop culture expert, Tamara Krinsky. Time to dive into today's topic and see, does it fly?
Tamara, this is it. We're here.
We are here. We are finally launching this thing.
I have been anticipating this moment, not just for the podcast, but we also have an eclipse in 3 days. And, I'm a nerd. I'm a huge nerd. And you're my geekiest friend. And I mean that affectionately because you know so much about sci-fi as well as filmmaking. So, hey, let's introduce your wonderful self to our new friends.
Thanks. Well, as Hakeem said, I am way steeped in pop culture. I grew up watching Star Trek and Star Wars and a bunch of other franchises and Harry Potter, things like that. And then I'm an actress. I actually got my SAG card on Star Trek First Contact. And a TV host, and I do all kinds of fun things on the red carpet with Marvel. I anchor their live broadcasts of all of their premieres. So I get to talk to a lot of tall guys named Chris, which is a lot of fun. And then I also worked a lot for film festivals. So I spent a lot of time in small dark rooms and movie theaters screening things and working with filmmakers. And I'm a writer myself. So I've been involved in various aspects of the entertainment industry. I worked for Documentary Magazine for a long time, writing for their website and their print magazine when they had one. So a lot of different perspectives on the industry. And I also did a lot of work with web series and interactive multi-platform storytelling. So I love that intersection of technology and storytelling. And the fun thing about this is, while I love pop culture, I also love science. So that sort of intersection of science and storytelling is a sweet spot for me, which is why I love talking to you, because you've got like 9,000 degrees.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen, I'm a fan just like you are, right? I love this stuff. So a little bit about my background. So yeah, I am an actual scientist. I'm a physicist. So I am a physicist who develops technologies. So you may have seen some of it. When I say what I've done, we always do things together as teams. I don't do anything alone. So I have several patents. You probably have some of my technology in your computer chips. The first team I was on, if you ever seen the pictures of the sun with all the plasma loops and, looks like it's on fire. I was on a team that did that first. It was led by the late, great Dr. Arthur Bertram Cuthbert Walker. So I have developed technologies. I've studied the sun. I've studied the galaxy. I've studied stars. I've done cosmology, in particular in the field of dark energy. And I just love this stuff. But I also have always had one foot in performance, starting, believe it or not, in 1980 as a breakdancer.
What?
And then if you've ever seen Drumline, I lived that experience. So I was in Mississippi in a all-black high school, and I played tuba in the marching band. And so, we were just like, the whole nine. College, I was a DJ. Finally, I got into voice acting in graduate school. And then I started doing science television, and it's just like this, right? I love this stuff. I'm enthusiastic about it. And I love to share it. I love to share my love. So I love you, Tamara. I'm so happy that we're working together, man. You guys, if you don't know either of us, now you know both of us.
Right. And something we wanted to kind of be clear about it. Well, two things, actually. One is that, there are podcasts and stories and stuff that really look to kind of criticize different franchises because of how they do or don't treat the science. That's not what this is about. We love these shows. We have a blast watching them. And for us, it's just fun to kind of look at the different elements of them. But this podcast is definitely all about our collective love for these conceits, for these franchises, and also the one-offs that are not franchises yet. The other thing is we look at ourselves as starting this conversation, right? We are experts in our respective fields, but there is no way we know everything about everything because
Speak for yourself. Okay.
I see how this is going.
Well, I know what I don't know, so that means you know everything. Because if you can say I don't know, then you know you don't know.
I don't know what I don't know because I don't know it until somebody points it out. I mean, sometimes I don't know. But anyway, we are counting on all of you who are watching and listening to become part of this conversation, right? Yes. So sometimes we're going to talk about a movie or a film or a movie or a TV show that we've been longtime fans of. Sometimes we're going to look at something with totally new eyes, which is an awesome excuse to get to see things I haven't seen before. Absolutely. As we do, we want you to expand the conversation on social media, weigh in with your thoughts, weigh in with, what you think about how our shows work scientifically that we're talking about, how they work story-wide, and become part of that conversation.
Yeah, and if you're used to scientists being snobby, I'm not that guy, right? I love.
Are you sure about that?
Well, it comes to certain things, my coffee, but my airplane seat. When I hear feedback from people that's corrective or informing me, I welcome it, right? And I think that sometimes you do have to understand rigor to make, people write to me all the time. Oh, I figured out the Big Bang and the origin of the universe. And, they're really kind of like armchair quarterbacking. But in this realm, I bet there are way more experts than me on, because people really get into this stuff. People, if they love a particular show, they become, I've gone to cons, but I've never gone to a Star Trek convention, although I love Star Trek. I grew up on Star Trek. But I'm not that deep into it. So I'm here to bring the nerd. Tamara's bringing the geek. And together, we're human beings. We have the love. We have the feels. So what are we going to do? What are we talking about? This is our first episode, Tamara.
That's right. And speaking of Star Trek, so we figured it is First Contact Day. So it is perfect to launch our show talking about one of the most iconic conceits in all of science fiction, the transporter from Star Trek.
Crazy way to travel, spreading a man's molecules all over the universe.
There you go. I wish I had one, but we'll get to that in part 3. So how about, why don't you do a favor and maybe we'll do it as we go along. So the first section of our podcast, we discuss the science of the particular conceit. Does it fly? Could it really work in the real world? Is number one, which means today or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And, there are some things that couldn't work today, but you can see that they could work eventually, right?
Right. And one thing I want to be really clear on when we're talking about the transporter, because with almost 60 years of Star Trek, there's a lot we could be talking about. So we're going to actually put some guardrails around the conversation. We're specifically going to be talking about, can moving objects and living things travel across great distances by converting them into energy and then reconstituting them. That is our topic for today. There's other things about the transporter or things that happen with the transporter in episodes we might save for a future episode, but that's today. So how's that work, Hakeem, in the real world? Does it work? Can it work? Does it fly?
Well, listen, there is a thing that does work in a universe that we call quantum teleportation, which is not this, right? Quantum teleportation is information, the state of an elementary particle can be transported from one location to another. And, they've done it to space now, right? There's papers that come out that say, oh, greatest distance we've ever transported quantum information. We're not talking about that. We're talking about putting Tamara in and transporting her to the moon. No need for Artemis. We can just, one second you're here, next second you're there. So, all right. So let me get to this. All right.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of people that have looked at the science of the transporter. We're not the first ones, but the basic idea is exactly as you lay out. You have to convert the human being to energy or the object. We already have something like that. We call it a nuclear bomb. So, E equals MC square, an amount of mass, right? You multiply it by the speed of light squared, which is a lot of zeros.
Yeah.
So for 1 unit of mass, you get out a lot of energy. So, there's all kind of questions. If you have to confine that energy, but let's go backwards. So let's talk about.
You're moving at warp speed here. Slow it down a little bit.
I know, right? I'm so excited. Let me slow it down. I used to work with this organization called
DJ Voice.
Oh yeah, let me use mine. So did I mention I used to be a voice actor? I still can if somebody wants to hire me. But by hire me, I mean give me money. So I used to work with this organization called Cosmos Education. So we go to rural Africa and we work with students. And so one of the things that instructions we'd give them was if we're talking too fast, because different accents, different languages sometimes, you do this, slow it down.
Okay. All right. See, and that's what we use when I'm hosting and when I'm on the red carpet. If we're waiting for a guest to show up, and it's like they're getting out of their car, they're almost there. This is stretch it out, vamp.
So here's the problem. I think that already gives my opinion, right?
Okay.
So it's not just a problem that is one thing. Doing a transporter is many things all together. And the first thing is a measurement and a data storage problem.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to measure. So what is the basic unit of the human being? Is it the molecule and atom? Is it the electron and quarks? Whatever it is, we have this thing called a phase space, right? So suppose I'm going to go at the level of elementary particles. What information do I want to store? All right. So every particle has a mass, charge, and spin. It has a location. It's moving in a particular way. All right. That's one phase space we could come up with. Another one, suppose I want to say it's molecules. All right. So you're just replacing one set of numbers with another set of numbers because now a molecule is much more complex. So you'll have like different configurations that you'll have to account for that molecule. So think about proteins, right? That's one of the biggest problems in biology is protein folding. And when you look at those animations of it, I mean, it is super, super complex. So how do you gather that information? Now, if you think about the number of particles inside of a human being, I'm going to take a guess. Whenever you want to guess, how many atoms are in this cup? How many atoms are in this microphone or molecules, right? You start with Avogadro's number, 10 times, 1 with 24 zeros following it, right? And so that's typically a small amount of a substance. This is a bit more than that small amount, maybe say 100 times, 1,000 times. So I add 2 or 3 more zeros. Now, how much data storage is that?
A lot.
More than we got. Now, in the age of Star Trek, do you know what year it takes place? Because there's been all these prequels and sequels.
Do you mean what year the transporter was invented, essentially?
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the movie.
different species from different planets. They each have their own teleportation technology. It's slightly different from most of them based on like what is their planet composed of, what are they composed of, and it's evolved and come forward at different times for different folks. But Earth 2124, so 22nd century is when it started. Emery Erickson was the inventor, is credited as the inventor.
Does warp happen first or the transporter?
Warp happens first.
That's when we get first contact, right? When warp is achieved. Yeah. Now you're at that different level. Okay. So the way I think of it is
that the rule ostensibly is you can't transport during warp.
Interesting. I did not know
that's one of the rules of the universe, which later there are exceptions to it as always, and there are some rules that get broken, and later on, down the Star Trek timeline, there are things that change with that. Essentially, if two ships, the rule ostensibly is if two ships are going at the same velocity of warp speed, then ostensibly you can transport from one to the other. But if not, the warp field distorts the transporter process.
Well, listen, I mean, there's kids on board those starships, right? Wesley Crusher must have had some kid who was a bad influence on him. And that kid probably, tried to, let's see what happens if we take my little brother Jimmy. So here's another question. What if you're in the same ship? Because you can be transported from, say, the bridge to engineering or medical bay, right? So can you do that during warp?
That's a great question. So there's sort of two different large categories for transporting, right? There's transporting from the transporter chamber, which is, the room that we see on the ship where you go and you stand on the transporter pad and then you're energized. Your matter stream goes to the pattern buffer. It's beamed out and then beamed down. So that's one version. And usually we see that a transporter room from one end to the other. We don't see as much going from one transporter room to another transporter room. It's usually to a location. You can do point to point. You can do point to point. It's rare in the earlier series. As the technology develops, that's something you see later on. And we also see, comm badges being used. There's even an interesting fun fact where ostensibly, and this is not official. This is not me officially as a, this is a Roddenberry podcast, but this is not me officially as a Roddenberry person in any other way. I want to make that clear. This was just me, Tamara, as a fan looking stuff up and being curious about things. But ostensibly, comm badges have some kind of transporter inhibitor in them, which answers the story question of why can an enemy just beam somebody up at any time.
Okay, so back to the
back to the science though, because we were talking about data and the amount of data that would need to be stored, repeated. I mean, I'm wondering too, one little piece of data is incorrect, you don't get your person back.
Well, I doubt it. I mean, when you take a comb through your hair, you're going to take off some electrons, right? So that's one piece of data, and you're still the same person. Okay, so
that's interesting.
But here's what I think about the data storage problem. The data storage problem here on Earth, we have this thing called Moore's Law that has to do with the growth of processor speed. But I think there might be something similar for the growth of storage, right? We went from these big giant floppies now to thumb drives that can hold terabytes of data. So now we're talking about a century into the future, and we have, spintronics, we're using photons. So perhaps I can see us cracking the data problem. They could have a room like we have now, these farms of hardware, but there is the recording problem. So here's the thing. Who are you? Because at one moment in time, every particle that makes you up, is that proper grammar? It doesn't matter. Is in a particular state. So suppose the scanning of you takes 10 seconds. All right. So one part of you is going to be 10 seconds older than the other part of you. And then the other thing I think about it is that you can never remember actually transporting, because you need to get the data before you initiate the transportation. So whatever state you are in, that is also the state of your memory, right? At that time. And that's the big one for me, is how do you do memory? Because as the saying goes, neurons that fire together wire together, right? So it has to do with not just the neurons being there and being in a particular state. You need to have them, you need to see them fire, right? It's a dynamic process. Memory is a dynamic storage, not a static storage. It's not bits that are sitting there in particular states. It is things that happen at a particular time together. So that is one element of it, just gathering the data of who and what you are at a particular moment. All right.
Do you think that will ever be possible?
It seems highly unlikely to me.
You can't
What
are the biggest obstacles to it?
Man, the obstacles to it is that there's, we can't do anything close to that right now. We can't, and then you're talking about, like, how do I get the state of your bone marrow? And the thing about this is that, the universe is way more subtle than we realize. Once you become a physicist, you learn that everything is just fields and energy and geometry. You're like, oh, okay, I'm an illusion. But there are the practical realities of, I can X-ray you, right? But that isn't, when you X-ray, like, for example, when you take a soil sample and you want to know, what's in this soil, use X-rays to do that. You're looking at, but what you're looking at is a composite signal, because there's a lot of iron atoms that are getting their S-shell electrons knocked out in the parlance of the field. That gives you an absorption edge, it's called. You're like, I see the fingerprint of a particular element. So that doesn't tell you anything other than the composition. You're not getting out, there's this thing called Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
I was going to ask you about that, actually.
Yeah. You can't get both their motion and their location to arbitrary precision. And the thing about that is going to arbitrary precision in location means using a smaller and smaller wavelength of whatever wave you're using, which means it has much more energy, which means now it becomes destructive, right? So there's that. That's a problem. But now let's talk about the conversion to energy part. All right. Yeah. So here's what every physicist knows. What is the ionization energy of hydrogen? 13.6 electron volts, right? What does that mean?
Yeah.
So all these atoms
for a layperson.
Huh?
What does that mean for a layperson?
That's what I'm about to say. So suppose I want to take you and throw you into outer space like the Incredible Hulk. I need to imbue you with a certain amount of energy such that your motion exceeds escape velocity. All right. And so depending upon your mass, that's going to determine how much energy there is. Well, it's the same thing if you want to rip atoms apart. I have to give that electron a certain amount of energy to separate it from the atom. And that's, or
I can see, like, your face is just like, that is just not happening.
I was thinking if everyone had an antimatter twin, we can just collide you, boom, and then you're done, right? Your energy instantly, because that's how Star Trek does propulsion, right? Matter antimatter conversion chamber. You convert the mass completely into energy. It's not going to happen, and so there's a group that actually did a calculation of how much energy it would be, and it was some enormous amount of energy that's required to separate every atom, every molecule, disassociate every nucleus, right? And maybe not even convert you completely to energy. Yeah, I think that's the best thing. Man, I think once you have the information, I don't need your particular energy. All I need is a source of energy at the location, because all I'm doing is reconstituting the exact same state that I measured when you stepped into the transporter. And that's my big problem with the transporter, is that once you have that measure of a person, you can make as many copies of them as you want at any time, right?
So that gets into a really interesting thing that happens with the transporter, right? Like, and this is actually something we're not going to talk about on this particular episode, but one thing that we see in various stories is where copies or clones do get created, and sometimes they're exact duplicates because of a mishap with the transporter, right? Like, there's all these things that happen with the transporter as a story engine, and I'll get into that in a sec, but one category is there's something weird going on with the transporter. And so, that's where we get into like mirror universes or clones or, two different versions of Kirk from the original series that have very, very different personalities. So we're going to save those for another episode so that we can
I have a
talk
question
about all
for
that
you.
stuff. Yeah.
What if a fly gets into your transporter beam with you?
Right. So that is one of the questions that I have. So wait, so it sounds like we're starting to transport into story world. So before we do,
We are.
I want
Yes.
I want your definitive answer. Does the transporter fly scientifically?
Well, listen, for those of you listening or watching, put away your tomatoes, eggs, and apples.
Oh, he's gonna say it.
Don't throw them at me.
Say it.
But scientifically, the transporter does not fly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't see us doing it now or in the future. It is just too big of a technological hurdle to overcome. And if you think about it, the replicator that creates their food products is basically a very similar technology. And I've always said that if you can do either of those, you can do virtually anything, right? And there's laws of the universe that prevent us from doing anything. I can't see it being the same object, right? It would be a recreation of that object.
You have
copies of them being with you.
Right. So that is one of the questions that I have. So wait, so it sounds like we're starting to transport into story. We're just, the spirit of this show is this is stuff that we love and it's fun to talk about like what works and doesn't work, but we're not here to like tear a show down.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So it's interesting now that we sort of head into this question of does the transporter fly from a story perspective? Take us back to 1966, which is when Star Trek premiered, the original series. And you're in the era of sci-fi where you've got a lot of stuff that is very sort of like B-movie in tone, right? Like you've got ray guns and you've got, aliens and people in spacesuits that look like they're covered in tinfoil. And it's awesome and it's fun, but the majority of sci-fi out there at the time doesn't feel very real. And along comes Star Trek, a show where Gene Roddenberry really wanted it to feel like a possible future. So, and in that possible future, there are people on a starship going and visiting a lot of different planets and places. TV and movie making technology at that time, making models of things, making miniatures was pretty much how that was accomplished on screen. And it was really expensive. So if you were going to have a show every week where you had to like bring a crew down in a shuttle or in some kind of spaceship of some sort, that was going to be really expensive for the budget of the show, but it's the basic premise. So you're going to have to figure out how to do it every week. And then on top of that, it was taking up valuable resources as far as like minutes to tell your story, right? Like you've only got a certain amount of time to tell your story and you want to use those most efficiently and most powerfully. So I'm going to look at my notes. I pulled up a particular quote from Roddenberry that I love. So
it's about the money.
Isn't it always about the money? No, but okay, but wait, but this is what I love because it's about the money and a constraint leading to creativity. From the making of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry considered the invention of the transporter to be highly fortunate, and this is where his quote starts, one of many instances where a compromise forced us into creative thought and actually improved on what we planned to do. If someone had said, we will give you the budget to land the ship, our stories would have started slow, much too slow. Conceiving the transporter device allowed us to be well into the story by script page 2. So basically you've got the transporter, which, in the show is a transportation device. But in reality, when you're talking about the making of something, it became a story engine. It literally transported you into the story much more quickly.
Did you do that on purpose?
Maybe a little bit. It's the writer in me.
But yeah, I just, what came to my mind is necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's the mother of creativity. I did not know that story. That's amazing. Yeah.
Well, honestly, as an actor and as many of my actor friends and I have talked about, one of the things that we love from a director is actually being directed. I mean, ideally you have a collaborative relationship, but if a director says, you have to land on this mark, or, these are the constraints of what I want, then you get to operate within that and figure that out. It's a problem to solve as a creative person, and that can be really exciting.
Speaking of acting, like in my time in voice acting, one company that I worked for a lot in the early days was MTV. All right, so I'm always thinking of myself as,
Wait,
I don't know anything.
what would we have heard your voice on?
They had a I did the VH1 Download Your Love Valentines.
Ooh.
After working for them for a while, they send me in there with just an engineer and no director, and they're like, "Okay, here's the script, Hakeem, go." Like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to the, I'm like, please direct me. Back to Star Trek. So tell me about the evolution, because I've noticed, there was the one that went straight down, then it started going sideways. So did you look into the evolution of the transporter and transporter from different species, like the Kling? Like, one thing I never understood is, why do the Klingons have cloaking, but humans do not, or the Federation does not, right? Even the Vulcans, right? They didn't have cloaking as far as I know. But anyway, we're talking about transporters. So what?
I mean, it really has to do with different species having different molecular makeups and coming from different places and planets with different kinds of fields, learning to navigate subspace differently. So that becomes kind of a big part of it. And you also see evolution over time for the way that the Federation, the way that Starfleet does use the transporter, like we mentioned, point-to-point transporting versus needing to use the transporter pad. So it does evolve over time, which is pretty cool. And I think something that's been interesting too is that, the original series kind of, we've got the era of the original series, right? And then we took a little break, and then we've had so many different pieces of this franchise. We kind of went forward, right? So the original series takes place in the 23rd century.
Right.
And so does Strange New Worlds, actually, that came before the original series, and the first 2 seasons of Discovery. And then we jumped to the 24th century for kind of, a lot of the TV series that were out. So like Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. Right. But then and I'm jumping around here a little bit, but like with the series that are on right now, the newer series like Strange New Worlds and those first 2 seasons of Discovery, we've gone back in time. And what we get to see in those series is the 23rd century, the 2200s, when transporter technology was newer. And if you go back even further, we go to Star Trek Enterprise with Captain Archer, where everything was new. The transporter was completely new. Right. And, there was a difference between the transporter being authorized to transport organic and inorganic matter, or biomatter. So that was a development in transporter technology. And I actually think it's a strength of the series, and part of the reason that it does work as a story engine, because you have these different eras. You have these different ways that it's used over time. You do get to see it evolve. So I think
what has evolved over time?
What?
CGI. I saw a video online about how they would film the first transporter dissolving the human, disassociating the human. I forgot exactly what it was, but they sprinkled something along those lines.
It was aluminum. It was aluminum. Yeah, they would literally shine a light on aluminum particles.
Wow.
And then, it was essentially done through compositing, and then eventually it became a CGI kind of thing. I do love that you mentioned that there are videos out there where if you're a filmmaker or, you're somebody who's into making videos for TikTok or whatever, you can look up how to create your own transporter effects so that you too can beam up.
I can beam up? Oh,
you can beam up.
I am out of here. You need a new co-host.
Truthfully, I kind of figured they had beamed you down from somewhere. So,
well,
these are the things we do not talk about.
These are the things we do not talk about.
But getting back to this idea of the transporter as a great story engine, usually there's like a couple of buckets that things fall into, right? Like it's either you can't transport because of something external, right? Like, there's a distortion field, or there is a solar electrical storm, like
Can't get a
there's,
lock.
right. Like
You're
there's
deep in a cave. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Well, right. So there's that TNG episode where
Yeah.
Geordi meets up with a Romulan on a planet that's having this huge electrical storm. They're in a cave. They need to get out. They really don't want to help each other. So it's got a deeper theme of, how do you work across conflict, which I kind of love seeing some of these episodes, X years later, because the themes are still so strong. Like those things have not gone away.
That's an interesting thing, because not everything stands the test of time. So in particular, there is the silicon life forms from the first season, right? Because they're like, okay, silicon is in the same column as carbon, but now astrobiologists have really looked into it and said, could life be silicon based? And they came up with the answer, no, needs to be carbon. So that one does not fly. I'm sorry, I may have ruined an episode, but a future episode of our show. But no, the fact that the transporter beam not only stood the test of time, but it evolved with the times, right? And not just with the CGI, with the evolution within the series. So what is your take then?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think as a story engine, they do such a good job, whether it's an external thing, whether it's sort of the category I'll call the transporter is broken and we must fix it. And you've only got, and that sets the ticking clock for an episode, and it creates tension, which is what you want in an episode, especially, for something that may be more plot based. So again, it works for that. We already talked about like the transporters being weird, we'll save that for another episode, but still that's a great category. And then there's also like the transporter being used as a weapon, right? So, so sometimes it gets used as a weapon. There is a Next Generation, the one that comes to mind is there's a Next Generation episode called Power Play, where an away team comes back, and there are basically these creatures, beings that sort of look like orbs of light that basically take over their bodies. And there's a whole plot there with using the transporter, because the orbs of, once they realize what's happened, because the characters start behaving differently on board and everyone's like, what is going on with Deanna Troi? So they realize something's going on. They finally figure it out. The orbs basically communicate and pretend that they are the survivors of a ship that crashed there. It turns out they're lying. They are actually part of a penal colony, and they're trying to essentially hijack the transporter to bring up the rest of their penal colony mates. So, so you've got many things happening during that episode with the transporter where like they're trying to hijack it. So it's a very tactical, it's transporter as a strategic tactic.
Yeah.
You've got
what you made me think about when you said that, is the transporter a medical device? So for example, suppose you have a tapeworm. Is it the case we transport you out and the tapeworm just falls to the floor?
So that's interesting too, right? Because one of the things that there are biofilters for the transporter.
Yeah.
So that's part of the reason and the story logic for having the transporter control room, because you can filter things out. If you've been on an away mission and you come back, that's where if there are things that have if there are contaminants, they can filter them out. But of course, you want to complicate things. Generally, there are only biofilters for things they know about. So it's when there's an anomaly, something they haven't seen before, that they're suddenly like, oh, wait, hold on. We need to make a modification. Now, I do have one little bump of why it doesn't fly, which is like, over time, there are all of these transporter accidents, right? Like we've mentioned clones, we've mentioned doubling, we've mentioned, all kinds. There used to actually be a thing called transporter psychosis,
right? I remember that. Yeah.
Which was a disease in the early days of transporting that was associated with it. I don't know. I mean, if I was there, like, would I want to transport? Would I feel comfortable? With all of these things that happen.
Clearly, you've never been in the military. I'm a military vet, not a combat veteran. I was in the 80s, and you ain't got no choices. You're going in. Right? The Federation is a scientific military organization. So,
right, but I think, okay, so I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that's actually something that makes it work, right? Like when we think about, well, like who are the people who are going to volunteer for this? They're the people who are going to kind of embrace these things for the most part. But the other reason that like this thing that could bump me, I think part of the way they end up using that to the show's advantage is, and in helping viewers invest even further, is they don't ignore that idea. They call it out, and they've even built whole episodes around it. Like there's an episode in Enterprise featuring Hoshi, the communications officer, where it's this new device. She's very nervous about using it. And the whole episode is her thinking that she is dematerializing. And it turns out you find out at the end that she was in the pattern buffer for longer. I think it's like 8 seconds, a little more than 8 seconds. And ostensibly it was a hallucination. But we really don't know. There are other episodes where, we get into just fear of that. So
I have something to add to that.
It helps. Yeah.
And this is a homework assignment for our listeners and watchers.
Mm.
Get the data on transporter accidents and then answer the question. Is using a transporter more dangerous than driving in an automobile?
Oh my God. I love that we're aligned on that, because that is something that I was really curious about. Like, because people talk about, are you afraid of flying, this and that? But like,
Exactly.
I think even beyond, and we do it anyway, but even beyond flying, this idea that cars, which are almost everybody uses, not everybody.
That's right.
But
it's like anesthesia in a way, right? Like you're on I don't know if you've ever gone under, but you don't remember it, right? You're here, then you're there, right? It's a discontinuity. So I don't think you actually experience the transporter. You go under and you come out,
Yeah. I mean, or it's an anomaly when you do, and that actually becomes a subject for an episode.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So if I had to give my definitive answer to whether it flies story-wise, I would say hell yes, because even though there's some discrepancies over the years, I think that it is such an excellent driver of story. It's such a great story engine. It's a device that works well enough that we want to believe it. We go with it. They've made it seamless enough that we go along. So my answer is yes, it flies. I do think it led the way for a more future forward a more grounded future forward type of sci-fi. And we do know, there are countless stories of scientists in the real world who have been inspired by things that they saw on Star Trek. So that leads to sort of our third question, which is, does it fly for the feels? Regardless of whether you think it flies scientifically, regardless of whether I think it flies story-wise, how does it make us feel? Do we enjoy watching it?
Yeah. Well, that's the question. I was writing a book a few years back, and someone said to me, people remember negativity a lot more than they remember positivity. So don't shy away from the negativity in your life. And when I think of, what you said earlier about this vision of the future, there's so many apocalyptic future sci-fi presentations that we have. And this one is the opposite of that, right? Yeah, it's very optimistic about our future, about our, it's like we're beyond currency. We're beyond tribalism.
Right. Or at least on Earth. At least on Earth.
At least on Earth, exactly. At least on Earth. Planet to planet, it's still there, right? When I look at Star Trek and similar, what I see is what we aspire to, right? As human beings, we aspire to oh my God, I forgot something.
What?
That's so beautiful about Star Trek.
What?
Our galaxy is so big. It's so freaking huge, right? And so they divide the galaxy into quadrants. And for the most part, they never leave their, the quadrant that we're in. And that to me is a shout out to, dude, you think you're going to go 100,000 light years to the other side of the galaxy?
So you're saying that's a good thing, like on the side of being scientifically accurate. The fact that going to the Delta Quadrant is like a massive, massive undertaking.
Absolutely. And so, because a lot of people think, oh, can we ever go to another galaxy? I'm like, dude, we can't even go to the Delta Quadrant. Like, what are you, because, it's lost on people, the fact that the universe is way more big than it is small. And what do I mean by that, right? So when we look at, when you want to talk about things that are really big or really small, use powers of 10, right? And you call those orders of magnitude. Since 100 has 2 zeros, we call it 2 orders of magnitude. 1,000 has 3 zeros, we call that 3 orders of magnitude.
Oh, I never knew that. Thank you for explaining that.
There you go.
I like
right?
talking to you.
So an atom is 10 orders of magnitude smaller than us.
Okay.
All right. Our own galaxy, let alone the observable universe, is 20 orders of magnitude bigger than us. So that means you got to go 10 orders of magnitude bigger and then go 10 orders of magnitude bigger than that, right?
Right.
Yeah. So 10 orders of magnitude is basically 10 billion. So an atom is like 10 billion times smaller than us. Our galaxy is 10 billion times 10 billion times bigger than us. So the bigness is much bigger than the smallness is small. The bigness is much bigger. There's a phrase I'm trying to get, but it ain't coming out.
Exponential.
The bigness of the bigness of big is bigger than the smallness of small.
The bigness of big is bigger than the smallness of small. I like it, but it also explains why you need a transporter. Because if you were trying to get to all the bigness purely through a shuttle or a ship, it would take a really, really long time. If you were still around when the transporter was invented, because if we're looking like it's not that far into the future, right? It's far into the future, but if we're looking at 2124, somehow longevity allows us. Would you try it?
At that age, hell yeah. I'd be 100 and
something
years older than I am now. Right now, I'm like, 21, 22. Totally. So I didn't say the units. So that'll be, absolutely. If I'm an elderly person, without question, I'm going on the transporter. If I have my life ahead of me, I'll let a few people go ahead of me before I take that chance. Technologically, I don't think it can happen now or in the future for an object like a human being. But as far as do I care? No. It is such an awesome idea. It's so cool. I wish it could happen. And I give it massive thumbs up. I'm a Trekkie, not a hardcore Trekkie, but when people ask me Star Wars or Star Trek, I'm Trekking.
Oh, don't be so binary. We don't have to choose. We don't have to choose.
People force you to choose.
I do choose the transporter.
Yeah, people force you to choose. Yeah, you're right. I choose the transporter. How come they never order a slice of sweet potato pie from the replicator? See that? Something's wrong there. Nobody ever gets a slice of sweet potato pie.
All right. I think you just came up with a suggestion for the writers.
There you go. There you go. All right, Tamara, it is always, this is our first episode that we're sharing with you, the people that are as nerdy and geeky as we are. But, Tamara and I have known each other for like a year, and it is always a joy. I always learn something new. And, I got to get my swag up to match you. But, we're getting there. We're getting there.
We just want to say thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in to this first episode. Please follow us on socials, and we look forward to all the future conversations we're going to have. Well, Hakeem, what do you say we get out of here?
Make it so.
Energize.
Cute, 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 cute. The sun has decided to descend upon me. It's very good. Good job. Oh, kind of wise. I know Kinda.
Yeah, she sang the theme song.
Oh, yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
We did a RPG together, and it was like we did it for Hyper. It was really great. That was really fun, and I like what Acid said. Like, I almost don't want to know this stuff, but at the same time, I kind of do. So it's very good.
Are we live?
We're live.
Oh, great. I think I'm Googling it because I don't want to get it wrong. But
no, her dad's
her dad was on Star Trek.
He might have been. He was definitely on Twin Peaks.
He's best known for Twin Peaks. But yes, he played Liko in Next Generation.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I know. If you haven't been on, if you haven't been on Star Trek, you've at least probably been on CIS or Law and Order. So yes. Kelsey, I just wanted to wrap out Does It Fly With You? Anything, where can they follow, and what to expect?
So subscribe to our YouTube so you can be updated the minute that we post an episode. Also, the Roddenberry socials do a great job, both Roddenberry Podcasts and the main Roddenberry channel, of sharing our stuff. We are on TikTok as Does It Fly Pod. And that is where you can find. Oh, and there's the website doesitflypod.com, and we have like any like additional reading both from the science and the story. We've got a whole like blog post that goes with each episode for people who are interested in certain concepts discussed, where they can look for more.
Oh, that's fun. That's really great. Well, everyone, wish Kelsey a happy Star Trek Day. We have a little bit more for you before we let you go off and do your special celebrations. But thanks so much for joining us, Kelsey.
Of course, it's my pleasure.
Bye-bye. All right. Like I said, we are almost at the end of this thing, but we have one more quoting Gene Roddenberry for you. And I get to welcome back the man, the myth, the Trevor Roth.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
I got in a car accident a few years ago, so I think it is harder for me.
I can only do it on one side. I've only got one. This one's no good for me.
Well, yeah, no one needed to know that, but we know now. Welcome back, Trevor. Have you been just partying for Star Trek Day?
Yeah, no, I've been having a good Star Trek Day. We've been putting out some stuff that I get to watch while I pretend to work, and then I have to do some work, and I'm working on Star Trek today, all day Star Trek. So it's all good, and I hope everyone out there is having a wonderful day and enjoying and also taking it in a little bit about what this is all about and why Star Trek is worth celebrating in the first place. Because I think at the end of the day, it all circles back to us, of course. So.
That's really awesome. Yeah, we have one more quote to share also.
Oh, let's do it.
And if folks wanted to share any thoughts with us before we wrapped up the stream, which we are close to doing, but we would be happy to take questions, and Trevor can answer any questions you have as long as it's not breaking an NDA.
Right.
And the other thing I want to say is thank you so much for joining us up to this point. I hope you can see everything Roddenberry Entertainment is accomplishing and how we are doing our best to make a Star Trek future happen. And I think today was a really good day to show that. So are you ready for our sixth highlight of Quoting Gene Roddenberry?
I am, yes.
Here we go. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do that.
Science fiction taught me to live in the real world.
Well, if that woman needs no introduction, but that's Nichelle Nichols.
Yeah,
and this was a couple years ago.
That lady.
Oh,
I missed that. Yeah, we were actually able to record that pretty close to when she passed away. As you can see, she's a little bit slower in her speech and everything. And I remember so many wonderful times, with Nichelle, and I mean, just an admirable person all the way around. Everything she's done, everything having to do with Star Trek, everything having to do with space, just a beautiful person. And severely missed. But
yeah, she is someone who really took her impact to heart. And I think she did the most she could do on this planet while she was here.
I think she did. I think she made the most of her time. I think that she had a wonderful life. I think that she was loved and adored and seen for the talents that she had. And those included talents that she didn't get to use as often, her singing and everything that she did. We all recall the wonderful and infamous or famous story about her and Martin Luther King, of course, Jr., and the fact that she was going to leave the show until he, basically told her that for the Black community, for herself, for everything involved, it was something that she shouldn't be doing, and she listened to him, thankfully, and came back to the show, and God, she's just got such a storied life that I could talk about her for a very long time. And the quote that she stated, by the way, also, I'll just say that I think that it's very simple, it's very poignant, and impactful to recognize the power of science fiction. Something else that we are celebrating, I suppose, today in some form is the idea that science fiction can really impact us and teach us what it is to somehow be human and to live this life. And it's funny that sometimes we have to go outside of it into the make-believe, if you will, the fiction, in order to truly embrace and comprehend that. But I think that but science fiction has that power, and I think Star Trek exemplifies that. So
yeah, it's making me think about two things. One, that a current reigning theory about dreams is it's the safest place for us to work through stress and trauma. So you might like have a dream where it's like, oh God, that thing that was really sad in my life happened, but you're actually in a safer place to work on it in a dream. And that's making me think that we might, by having these stories reflected to us, feel safer to take a look at things that we're a little nervous to take a look at.
I mean, look, if you look back into Gene Roddenberry's time, most assuredly was a vehicle by which he could talk, or he and all the writers, of course, could talk about things that were really relevant to our lives that unfortunately otherwise were censorable or perhaps just not often discussed within the dramatic things that were on TV. And I think in that case, science fiction became a Trojan horse a little bit to allow for those discussions, those topics, those kinds of stories to be told. But I think science fiction, works in a lot of different ways. And I think it's one of the reasons we love it here, and that we love utilizing it with Star Trek and other things that we do as well, is just because that land of fiction that we are so quick to enjoy and become fans of and love to the extent that that people love Star Trek, really do allow a voice to come forth that can talk about some really important things in our lives. And I think that I think Gene knew that. I think he knew it. He embraced it. I think people embraced that about him and his work. And I think that tradition continues today.
Wow, it's a beautiful thing. I think the thing I'm being most impressed about, especially with that quote today, but by looking at everything we're accomplishing here at Roddenberry Entertainment, is science fiction has inspired us to do these things too. So we are looking at what we think this world can be and looking at our actions and making choices based on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are choices, there are moral dilemmas. We were just over recently. We had the wonderful joy of getting to visit JPL recently.
Oh wow!
And we have a very long history with NASA and JPL, and just the idea of utilizing science for the purpose of bolstering or inventing science fiction. And I think that just in walking around JPL and meeting people there, you truly start to understand not just the connection between science and science fiction, but this sort of cyclical nature of it, such that science can, help us create or be inspired towards certain fictional ideas that then become the science fiction, the shows, the movies that we love. And that those shows and movies, as Star Trek has, circle back around and inspire people in the actual sciences to create, to push forward, to see if certain ideas can not just live in the mind, but live in the real world. And I think that Star Trek has seen that cycle, go round and round, definitely on a few rotations at this point, such that it's an incredible relationship between science and science fiction, and the real and the imagined, but someday to be real, perhaps, which I think that the Star Trek universe, we hope, will someday be real as well. So
I think you are at the forefront of doing your part to make sure that's happening. It's been so wonderful listening to everybody today that is working with Roddenberry, just express that and share that. But the fish always stinks from the head down, and so you and Rod really exemplify these leadership and guiding lights for these things. Even working with you, I'm seeing how much your nature is to support and to help grow, as opposed to like beat down or chastise. And that's not an easy thing to do, but life is so much better when you're doing it. So I feel grateful to be a party to it and part of that.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I think we only do what is in our hearts and hopefully makes sense to the kind of people we want to be and the future we want to engender. So hopefully that's one that everyone can get on board with and we can work together towards. And it's not to say that that there won't be issues along the way. I don't think anyone can look at Star Trek and say, oh, it was nothing, it was all good. Nothing bad happened ever. I don't think actually, as much as I think people look at it sometimes and talk about it being utopian or better world, I think, it steps forward from where we are, but it is not without its own struggles, its own trials and tribulations, its own questions and dilemmas. And I think therein lies something that we can always understand people going through, even if they are in the 23rd, 24th, whatever century. Those are things we all understand. It's just in the world of Star Trek, we've hopefully put down some of the issues we have today and kind of moved on to new ones, I think.
Yep. There's always going to be something challenging us, but we hope we don't take too far a step back. So one of the things that is the most impressive thing that I love that Roddenberry Entertainment says is we are the heart of Star Trek. And so we do want to offer you guys one more opportunity. If you have any questions for Trevor, we would love to answer them now. And while you're putting those questions in the chat, wherever you're watching us, Trevor, what does the heart of Star Trek mean to you with regards to community?
I mean, I think that, perhaps the heart of Star Trek and community are synonymous, I suppose. I think that for our purposes, we recognize the fans of Star Trek having been such an important part of our history. I think that there have been times when fans have literally saved this show. There have been times when fans have kept this show alive during periods when it has not been on the air. There are times when fans have proven that Star Trek is alive and well, even when others have, forgotten that it was around and still something that we get to enjoy. And I think in there lies a tremendous reverence we have for our fandom and for people out there who see what we see in Star Trek, enjoy what we enjoy in Star Trek, and recognize also that, Star Trek is so diversely meaningful for so many different kinds of people. I think that's one of the joys of looking at it and understanding it as a true phenomenon, because it wasn't just any one thing. For some, it was an escape. For others, it was speaking to such a poignant part of real life. For some, it was about adventure and the unknown and exploration. And others, it was so much about the intimacy of character and the relationships and the dynamics therein. And yet it was able to wrap itself up all in one, beautiful bow that took us, to the great black yonder of space and different places. And I think that it's quite amazing if you look at it that way and recognize how rare it is that something just kind of be hitting on all of those fronts simultaneously.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's lasted for 60 years or close to, right?
Yes, we're going to get there. We're a year away, but I feel good about it.
We're so close to it. Actually, Rhonda, I'm going to answer this question. We do have one question before we wrap things up here, and I'm going to ask you another thing, Trevor, before we do. Is it difficult for the show to come up with new creatures? The only thing I know about is this anecdotal story where I think someone's asking like Michael Westmore, like, why don't you have any tripedal, four-pedal, characters? And he says, when humans start growing more than two legs, then we'll have different types of characters.
Listen, the question of characters or creatures or species is an interesting one because a lot of different things come into play. Firstly, the practicality of making a creature. There are reasons that most of the creatures involved in Star Trek are humanoid in form, and really that just has to do in many ways of the practicality of having something that is believable, both believable and doable. Throughout the years, sometimes it's because CGI and other things are costly. Other times it was because CGI hadn't been invented yet and everything had to break practical. So I think there are probably a lot of reasons why certain things happen that are more logistical in nature as to species. I think that said, I think you'll see in some of the stuff we're working on now, the ability to create new and interesting species is still very much within us. I remember a quote from Gene. Someone said, are you ever worried about, running out of stories? You ever worried about, not having anything new to talk about as far as what will happen to these characters? And his response is the same I would give to the idea of, creating species. His response was, we've got whole galaxies, we've got, so many places we've never explored that to think we would run out of story would almost be impossible in his mind. And I think that, and that speaks to, I think, the number of various species that might be out there as well. And
human stories too, right? Like,
Absolutely.
just like you said, when Star Trek exists in 100 years from now, humanity will be going through something different, and we will be using Star Trek as a guideline for how to deal with it then.
Yes, I hope so. So
yeah, me too. And but honestly, how cool is it for us to be part of that legacy that's already so strong?
Yeah, we're very privileged and very thankful to everybody out there who is enjoying Star Trek Day and celebrating with us and being a part of everything we did today. It's fantastic to know that you are there, and we hope you know how much we love you and appreciate your support.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful day. And Trevor, is there anything you'd like our friends to know before we wrap out? And the way we're going to wrap out actually is I'd like to show the video that you and I watched at the beginning of this, which is the behind the scenes footage, because I think it's just so charming.
Yes.
But anything you want, we have a lot of stuff coming up this year.
I would just say to everyone, 1, happy Star Trek Day. 2, I hope that you have enjoyed whatever part of it you've spent with us. And 3, please, keep track, follow us on our socials and our websites and all the various things we're doing. We are really attempting to make sure that we are the heart of Star Trek in a very real way. And it is not always actually easy, but it is so worthwhile. And we hope you can take that love with you and spread it and tell someone else next to you happy Star Trek Day as well today, because I think we do celebrate it with both joy, but also with meaning and substance. So
I think that's exactly right. And I do know that because I get to work with you. And I think that's I can corroborate everything you just said. Trevor, I thank you for taking your time out on a busy Star Trek day. We want to thank you all in the chat. Like Trevor just said, this has been an absolutely wonderful, pleasureful day for me. And like I said, we're going to wrap out with the Star Trek behind the scenes. If you haven't already, hit like wherever you're watching us and tell your friends that you really like this cool thing, and follow us on social media, wherever you get your social media. All right, Trevor, last time, do your best.
There, I get it right up there.
Perfect. Thanks, everybody.
Live long and prosper.
You keep saying you got something for me. You confess. You've been a messin', shouldn't have been missing. And now someone else is getting all your best. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. And you keep losing when you ought to not bet. You keep saying when you ought to be a-changing. Now what's right is right, but you ain't been right yet. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. You keep playing where you shouldn't be playing. And you keep thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah. And what he knows you ain't had time to learn. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. You keep playing where you shouldn't be playing. And you keep thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah. And what he knows you ain't had time to learn. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, Boots? Start walking.